This is Audible.
Tentor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Never Have an Outlaw's Baby by Nicole Snow, narrated by Alexandra Shawnee and Aidan Snow. 1. Time's Gone By, Summer. A real man leaves his shadow hanging over you, even after he's gone. 3 years to the day since he left, and I was still blinded by his. Go ahead, judge me. I wasn't stupid or weak. God, I'd shed those words long ago after everything I'd been through since Jackson Taylor. Illusions could sometimes fog up my heart, but they didn't get to my head. I knew who he was, what he was, and why he'd left his big, bad impression stamped on my heart. And I knew the future, too, clear as fucking crystal. The bastard was gone. He wasn't coming back. That's what I told myself every single day, ringing up customers at the Jiffy Hen, hoping I'd lose another day without having to think much at all. Didn't always work out that way. Hell, maybe never. A girl has plenty of time to think about right and wrong when she's trying to pass the time. The past reaches up, takes her by the throat, and doesn't let go until she's shaking, cursing herself. I thought about Jackson constantly, and I hated it, day in, day out. The passion, the loss, the empty hole he'd carved in my chest, the void that wouldn't heal no matter how much time passed. My body missed him too. My nipples still turned to pebbles every time I thought about that night, our last night together. That was the night he'd taken me the hardest, over and over, leaving a piece of himself behind forever. I lived in his shadow then, except it was a whole lot more real. His shadow crawled all over me like a furious demon that night. Clinging to his body over mine, Jackson slammed every ounce of strength he had between my legs, while his hand jerked my hair around like reins. He'd owned me. I'd let him. I'd loved it. I cried out when he tensed and exploded, filling me, bringing me off so hard I scratched his back raw. He might have been an absolute rat bastard, but the boy could sure fuck. I had living proof of it waiting for me at home. The fact that he left me wet and wanting after all these years said something about the black magic he had in every kiss, every movement, every single time he shoved me under him and shook me to my core. Of course, I hated it. I hated everything about it, the memory, the want, the prison of this life without him. I even hated that I hated it. It wasn't fair. God fucking damn it. My eyes always pinched shut at the worst times, when it became too much, fighting back the tears. I'd battled them 10,000 times by now. I lost more often than I wanted to admit, feeling the hot tears rushing out when I was alone in the back room on my breaks, or in my car, or changing another diaper alone. The memories chased me like wolves, night and day, relentlessly hounding me straight into the dark hollow I called my life. I remembered him every time a loud motorcycle roared by on the busted-up street. The worst were the sticky summer nights, listening to the bugs humming in the trees through my crappy apartment window. We were entering the thickest nights now, here in Georgia, as alive with life and noise as they were long. Those were the nights when I sat in my PJs after dinner, bad TV yammering in the background, fighting for distractions. Those nights, I broke out the whiskey, toasting the times gone by before they put me in tears again. Never more than a shot or two. I had to work early most days, after all. I was an adult now. I stopped short of that sweet ultimate buzz that would have laid me down and let me forget. Not for my own sake, or because I wanted to make another helpless attempt to run away from the past and the boy who'd left me in this lonely hell. I had to do it for him, Alex. Leaning over his crib, I reached down and stroked my son's brow. Nighttime helped hide how much he looked like the face I wished I could bleach from my head forever. He just had his 2nd birthday a couple months ago. Since the day he was born, I'd told myself I'd keep going, however hard it got. I'd live and die by my baby boy, and to hell with the old times wanting to get in the way of that. Sure, days like this took the damned cake. But they didn't stop me. Nothing ever would. Not even when I remembered the short-lived forbidden romance, the fiery kisses, the passion that created the little miracle sleeping in the corner. That was then. This sleeping innocent baby was mine now. Alex trembled, yawned, and rolled over in his sleep. I smiled, planting a long, desperate kiss on his forehead. "It's okay, baby boy. Long as it's just you and me, we can take on the world. You're going to be 10 times the person I've been someday, 100 times the man your father is, too." I caught myself near the end, pulling away in a whisper. Had to be more careful soon. I couldn't keep talking like that unless I wanted some very hard questions, ripping open old wounds. In just a few more years, he'd be talking up a storm and going to school. A few years after that, he'd be thinking about life and big dreams, not to mention where he came from, wondering why he didn't have a father. I didn't have an answer, not even a noble lie to feed him until he was old enough to understand. And that made me want to break down all over again. I stood up, pulling my bottoms tighter, hugging myself as I stood next to the dark window, staring out at the lights in the parking lot through the blinds. A drunken neighbor staggered through the darkness. He dropped a bottle, making a loud clang in the night, swearing to himself as he tumbled down to pick it up. Fuck my life. Fuck everything. I'd put myself here because I'd gotten involved with the wrong man. Maybe I deserved it. Misery is punishment. But the baby sleeping behind me sure didn't. The longer I stared through the dusty glass, watching other tenants come and go, revving their old cars long into the night, the more it caught up with me. Half an hour later, I buried my face in my hands. I remembered everything. I hurt and bled over it too. The harder and better I fought, the worse it caught up with me in the end, and tonight was one of those evil nights. Oh, God. The times gone by swallowed me alive. 6 years earlier, I was working at my Uncle Robbie's bar after school when they came in. 2 loud, hollering groups of frat boys passing by for spring break, tearing through Seton on the way to Atlanta, or maybe the beaches further south. It didn't take them 5 minutes for the first one to grab my ass. The smug, shiny-eyed asshole pinched it, hard, and eyeballed me 100 times harder than the menu I just handed him. "Yeah, I think I want the special," he said, shooting me a savage look. "How much for a quickie?" He pulled his hand away to slap the table while his fellow assholes jeered, high-fiving themselves. "Fuck, man, you looked so serious," one of them said, roaring. "Keep it up and you'll have her panties off by sundown. These bitches love that shit." Without missing a step, I retreated, fighting the urge to shoot him a dirty look over my shoulder. Past experiences taught me fighting back would only invite more trouble. I could still hear them by the bar. "Have her bring us another pitcher, boys. We'll fucking save some for her when she gets off her shift. These bitches around here are all dirt-poor trailer trash. They'll slobber your knob like their life depends on it for a couple drinks." Bastards, I swore underneath my breath, angrily punching the keys on the bar's old computer for the order. Worst of all, the place was empty except for the dozen college boys and maybe 1 or 2 drunken regulars over in the corner, staring sadly into their beers. Uncle Robbie made a tidy profit from managing this place since I'd been a little girl, but he did it on the backs of the biggest losers and worst tourist chumps around. Seton attracted scum like a stagnant pond. I served them day in and day out, the least I could do to pay my uncle back for taking me in, now that Mama was so sick. I needed the money bad too. Scrimping for bad tips here was better than nothing. I'd need every dime I could get with summer coming up and no good future in sight. Homework hadn't been going so well. I'd be lucky to graduate if I couldn't get my grades up. College wasn't even on the radar. Not that I had any shame. Walking away with a GED or a high school diploma was a big win in this town, and I'd at least manage that. The rest could wait. If I could buy time, I'd lock down hope with it. I'd just turned 18 a couple weeks ago, after all. Time was on my side, ready to help me kick ass and take names. There wasn't anything to worry about, except surviving yet another rowdy night, praying the pricks at the table wouldn't stiff me too badly on tips. I tried not to laugh out loud because I already knew they would. Half an hour drifted by, scrambling to keep the table supplied with cold beer and peanuts. I ran back and forth between the kitchen and diner, wondering why there was such a holdup with the round of burgers. Uncle Robbie was hitting the bottle again, which always meant he made mistakes as the bar's substitute cook. Charlie, our one and only true chef, was out today. I busted through the double doors and looked around, covering my mouth. The strong scent of burning meat hit me the second I was in, and I looked at the empty grill. My uncle wasn't manning it anymore because he'd burned himself, along with the beef. I ran over, watching him nursing his hand, swearing up a storm as he half-heartedly ran it under water. "Here, let me have a look," I said softly, pushing my way to the small sink. Several puffy red blisters were already rising on his skin. "Oh, hell!" I let out a whistle and shook my head. "Ouch! Looks bad, Uncle Robbie. You should take off and get it looked at."
"Shit, no, Summer. Can't be taking time away. Who the hell's gonna cook up the orders? I'm the only man here who knows how to make this shit when Charlie ain't here."
I looked around desperately, anxiety weighing in my stomach. Ugh, I couldn't argue with that. Lately, I'd been paying more attention to the kitchen. I'd seen Charlie back here making sandwiches. Sometimes I helped him with the prep work, slicing bread and veggies while he worked the grill. Fuck! Uncle Robbie tried to grip the spatula. He instantly dropped it from the pain, letting it clatter into the sink. "Don't do this to yourself. I can take it from here, Uncle. I've watched you and Charlie cook tons of times. Go get it looked at. Trust me." Wincing, he stared at me, his wrinkled face crinkling up before he let out a long sigh.
"Okay, damn it. We'll try. Hurts like I picked up a fucking wasp's nest. You know where the meat and the fixings are?"
I nodded. He hesitated for a minute longer before he finally headed for the door, stopping one more time and looking back at me. I was already pulling apart the frozen patties, ready to start cooking.
"You run into any trouble with the work or the money, you tell Tina, okay? She's in charge till I get back."
"Got it," I hollered after him, breathing a sigh of relief when the door slammed shut. I worked like a fiend in the kitchen. In no time, I had half the order ready, only stumbling a little bit when I plunged the fries into oil. It all smelled heavenly. My stomach growled and I smiled, glad that I'd finally had a chance to do something right today. The small victories meant a lot. I couldn't do much to help Mama with her bills or the sickness eating her up. I'd never be a grade A student, but damn if I couldn't cook like my life depended on it. I was so busy prepping all the food, I didn't hear the heavy double doors open.
"Yo, where the fuck's our eats?" a voice said behind me.
I spun around and came face to face with the same bleary-eyed idiot who'd grabbed me before. My hands shot up and motioned to the plates with burgers off to the side. "Just a few more minutes," I'm sorry about the wait, sir. We're a little short-handed. Calling him anything besides asshole caught in my throat, but a little southern hospitality went a long way toward smoothing things over, especially in crisis situations like this.
What the fuck?
He looked around.
There's only 6 plates here. Food's gonna be cold by the time you're done half-assing it. Let me help.
Help? He couldn't be serious. Before I could say anything, he lunged for the frozen patties next to me, haphazardly slapping them on the grill. Hey, stop! You need to get back to your seat. You're not allowed back here. I already told you it's coming.
Bullshit.
He shoved me to the side, grabbing the spatula out of my hand.
Move over, doll, and let a man show you how the job's done. You can thank me later with those pretty little lips.
Great, now I'd have to scream for Tina, hoping she could hear me out in the bar. I couldn't leave the idiot here. If he started a fire or burned himself, the bar couldn't take that kind of damage. Besides, there was already some kind of commotion out there, judging by the shouts behind the door. God, I'm trying to be nice. Give me the spatula already, you dick, I spat, reaching for his hand, losing my control. Professional hadn't gotten me anywhere so far. It was time to fight for it and hope he'd give up, stumble away from the kitchen. He stopped, burning the burgers, holding the metal spatula away from me. He slammed it against the cooktop.
What'd you say to me, bitch? Did you just call me a dick?
The asshole heard me loud and clear. He didn't ask again, just lunged for me, pulling me into his arms. I spun, careful not to fall face first into the sizzling grill, clawing at his neck.
Stupid-ass trashy slut! Why don't you forget about the food? Me and my buddies would rather have a piece of something else.
I froze, beating feebly against his back. His hands moved swiftly, defiantly, rummaging up my back, reaching for my bra. This can't be happening. Oh, but it was. The bad day I'd tried to turn around was about to get a whole lot worse. I didn't have any hope of fighting off this drunken animal. Time to scream. I opened my mouth and screamed bloody murder until it seemed like my lungs would rip in two.
Ah, fuck! You'll bust my fucking eardrums! Shut up!
He clumsily stuffed a hand over my mouth. My vision blurred and time seemed to slow down. He pushed me against the counter, holding me down, running his filthy tongue along his lips while the meat sizzled behind him. I was too stunned, too terrified to hear the freight train barreling toward us. The door burst open, and a split second later, they were on us. Two big men clad in leather slammed into the frat boy so hard, I nearly went flying to the ground with him. I caught the edge of the counter, screaming, and watched as two of the meanest-looking twins I'd ever seen laid into the drunk. I didn't need to see their faces a second time to know my would-be monster had just gotten himself into a universe of hurt. The Taylor boys were bad news. The worst, actually, ever since they'd both joined the Deadly Pistols MC, a biker gang just over the border in Tennessee. Rubbing my eyes in disbelief, I took a hard, long look at the killer angels in front of me. I saw double. They were identical except for the wild ink going up their muscular arms. Twice the savage energy, twice the grief, twice the primal beauty. Ruggedly smooth, chiseled as the Blue Ridge Mountains, both boys were bigger than life. Just walking, talking, ass-kicking contradictions who swept in like a hurricane and left legends in their wake. Sutton didn't have superheroes, and too many petty villains to count, but we did have the Taylor brothers, Jackson and Freddie. For this little town, they were enough. A two-man freight train who left shattered bottles, blood, and desperate women wherever they went. They'd come into the bar before and barely said a word, sometimes with their grandpa Don. I'd served them once or twice, losing my usual pleasantries and sheepish whispers. They usually found a quiet corner and talked among themselves, asking for beers and shots of whiskey, sometimes a burger or two on the side. It wasn't my first time seeing them, but never like this. Seeing Jackson give me the evil eye, sizing me up before his face smoothed back into stoic calm, that was new. So was destroying a man in front of me. The cold efficiency in every blow they pounded into the frat boy made me gasp. It all happened so fast. They'd saved me, but I had to remember these weren't good men. Supposedly, they'd done all kinds of terrible things. I believed the legends, sure, but I also knew they tipped well. Like, really well. My best day ever working here was the last time I'd waited on their table. I'd feared the worst, tiptoeing around with their orders, triple-checking to make sure everything that came out on my tray was picture-perfect. There hadn't been a single complaint. Instead, I'd found a tip for the same amount as their tab waiting for me after they left, leaving my jaw dragging on the floor. Now they finished laying into the devil rolling on the ground, begging for his life before each brother delivered a couple more kicks to his ribs. Frat boy couldn't breathe, much less whine anymore. I backed away slowly into the corner, wondering if they were about to kill this kid in my kitchen. Jackson and Freddie weren't much older than the college boy, come to think of it, but they carried themselves like men in every way. They seemed older, darker, somehow wiser. If it wasn't for their patches, I wouldn't have been able to tell them apart. They were both as big and beautiful as they were dangerous. Two hazel-eyed, dark-haired brutes packed with muscle. Jesus, how was I supposed to talk to them if I couldn't remember them by name? Think, Summer, think. Once Uncle Robbie spelled it out. He told me Freddie had the dagger on his leather cut, underneath his name patch. Jackson wore the smoking pistol, and he'd recently added 2 more blood-red patches underneath his name. Both skulls. They'd taken road names since joining the Pistols. Anybody who didn't address them properly was begging for trouble. Joker, Jackson's patch said. Freddie said Peace. 2 ridiculous, weird biker names that should have left an ordinary person rolling their eyes. But there was no laughing, no doubt, no derision while they brutally knocked some sense into the jackass on the floor.
That's enough, brother. We don't want to lay him out. Can't have this little cocksucker bleeding all over the fucking kitchen back here, Peace growled, pulling back his twin brother. Joker wanted to keep going. He stepped away reluctantly, his clenched teeth showing in a rough smile. He looked at me, stepping out of his brother's hold, extending a hand. You all right? We both came running soon as we heard the scream. My lips trembled. I'm fine, I wanted to say. Just brush it off like it was no big deal. But my 18-year-old brain cracked. No, I squeaked, tumbling forward into his grip. He held me. That shocked me to hell and back. Jackson Joker Taylor was the last man in the world who should have swept a crying, down-on-her-luck teenager into his arms. But he did, swallowing me up in a bear hug as big as the world, holding me as all the crap I'd suffered for the last year or 2 came pouring out. Peace. Drag the kid to the door and throw him the fuck out. His posse'll follow as soon as they see him hit the pavement. We've busted him up enough. They'll shit their pants when they see. Make sure they pay Tina, too. No, it isn't right. I didn't even get a chance to finish their order, I whined, too sad to see how little sense that made just then. Babe, don't you fucking worry about it. We got it taken care of. Everything. We'll make sure none of these shitheads ever show their rat faces anywhere around here again. Frat boy groaned as Peace scooped him up. I listened to Joker's twin start humming a country tune as he pulled him out through the kitchen, no different than dragging out the trash. Tina came rushing in a second later, her eyes bugged out when she saw me wrapped up in Joker's arms. Holy Lord and Moses, Summer! What's going on back here? Should I get the police? Fuck no, Joker growled, turning his head to face her without pushing me from his arms. It's all under control, Miss Tina. Run along. I'll help the girl find her way home. You, Jackson? But her shift's not over till... It's okay, Tina. Sniffing to clear my sinuses, I looked up, hating myself for being such a mess. I'm going to stand by for a few more evening orders, and then I'll go. Don't know when Uncle Robbie will be back. He burned his hand real bad. I'll find a way home. Jackson, she doesn't get on that motorcycle unless you have a helmet for her, Tina said sharply, folding her arms. Damn it, Tina, it's Joker now. Joker! You use that Jackson shit again, we're gonna have a problem. Peace and me just did the bar a favor, unloading those motherfuckers. Make sure they're paid up when you check the counter. Sighing, Tina threw up her hands. Okay, whatever. I don't have a clue what this is about. You just learn to keep your distance. Summer's a good girl. Her mama, Christine, don't need more problems worrying about her daughter coming home with a guy like you. She's too sick for that crap. Joker gave her an icy stare on her way out. His muscles hardened around me, and for the first time, I noticed how huge he really was. He could have hoisted me up without breaking a sweat. Probably could have broken rocks all day long, just like the old-timers talked about, back when the mines boomed. He must have been 200 pounds of perfect muscle, maybe more. Just a tall, dark, and dangerously handsome 20-something-year-old man, walking, talking, killing steel stuffed into human skin and slathered with scary tattoos. I looked up, slowly easing myself out of his arms. God, why was it so hard to leave? Thanks for the help, I said softly, having a hard time keeping my eyes on his. Those dark hazel gems in his face had a grip even stronger than his hands. Every time I met them, I fell in. I wanted to keep staring, sinking, defying every warning I'd ever heard about these men. Don't bother, he said, running a hand through his short but thick hair. This'll be all our territory someday, babe. We'd be fools not to lay down the law. We already own the fuck out of Tennessee. Gonna have Georgia, too. And the least my brother and I can do is start keeping order in our own damned town. You really grew up here? I asked, walking over to the grill to push the badly burned burgers off it. I mean, I already know you did. It's just hard to believe. This town makes too many boring men. He chuckled, a rich, throaty sound that tempted me to get up close and personal. Born and raised. Still come back every week or two to see our grandpa. Owe that man my left nut, and maybe the right one, too. Crude. I smiled anyway, eyeing him over my shoulder while he realized how rough he was talking, muttering an apology. Shit. Let's pretend you didn't hear that. How long till the end of your shift? He asked. Maybe another hour. I just need to cover for Tina a little longer in case anybody wants food. Sounds like the crowd is clearing out after the rumble back here. Yep, my brother's out there playing peacemaker. Don't worry, we'll make sure those fuckers gave your boss every cent she was owed. We'll leave some extra for the mess from our own pockets on top of it. His lips twitched, and he looked down at the blood drying near his boot. You don't owe us anything else, I said nervously. You and Freddie have already been a big help, really. Babe, his name's Peace. Mine's Joker. Get it straight. He looked at me sharply, and I nodded. Then he cocked his head. Say, what the fuck was yours again? Summer, I said, feeling my cheeks turn beet red. Summer Oliver's. Ah, yeah, Grandpa used to see your ma to hash out his VA shit at the bank. Christine, right? I nodded. Talking about Mama reminded me I really needed to check in with her soon, just in case she needed anything on my way home. She was stocked up on prescriptions.
The days when she'd ask me for snacks or water were becoming less and less, the nausea catching up with her a little more by the day. I tried not to think about it. "You don't have to hang around if you have somewhere else to be," I said. "Really, Joker, I can clean up and find my way home."
Fuck that. You're going for a ride whether you want to or not. Trust me, babe, it'll do you some good to get the wind in your hair for a few minutes after the shit that went down back here.
Okay, well, fine. I looked at him and smiled, instantly dropping my eyes when he returned the glance. "I'll wrap up as soon as I can."
Whatever. You let me know when you're ready to go. I've got a beer to finish out in the bar. Say the word and I'll help you mop this shit up before we go.
His boot tapped the bloody smear where they'd wiped Frat Boy's face on the floor after they'd finished kicking the hell out of him. I watched Joker turn smartly and disappear through the swinging doors. Then I doubled over, propping myself up on the counter next to the grill. Waves of confusion washed over me. Christ, what the hell was wrong with me? 100 knots twisted my stomach. It wasn't just all the recent shock. The tension tugged a little lower, tingling, kicking up a heat wave that made me sweat and flush. It wasn't just because the man standing in front of me was a crazy, unpredictable thug. Honestly, my eyes couldn't see it every time I looked at him. They saw the rugged, muscular beast who'd narrowly saved me from a nightmare. They only saw power, forced me to imagine how easily the same big, strong arms that sheltered me against his chest could throw me around, undress me, roam every inch of me. This man punched, kicked, and swore without any apologies. Would he kiss the same way? Closing my eyes, I stumbled through the rest of my shift, trying to ignore crazy emotions slashing through me like comets. I called Mama to check in with her just before I wrapped up. She asked me if everything was fine, and I lied through my teeth. She couldn't know about what went down today. If she heard about the frat boy, it would kill her. So would finding out that I was about to ride home with one of the two biggest, meanest bastards in Seddon. Whatever happened next was private, between me, Jackson Taylor, and God. Oh, crap.
You've never ridden before? Bullshit. Looks like you were made for it, Joker said, cupping my chin and pulling on the straps, making sure my helmet was secured tight. I watched him climb onto the bike in front of me. My pulse quickened when I realized how little space there was between us on his motorcycle. Ain't no mystery when it comes to riding. Put your little hands around me and hold the fuck on, woman. That's all there is to it. I'll have you home in 5 or 10.
He didn't ask me twice. My hands softly curled around his stomach. No surprise, his abs were as rock hard as the rest of him. Joker put his hands over mine, adding pressure to my fingers, urging me to hold him tighter. I did, clenching my jaw the entire time. Then, in another heartbeat, his engine growled to life, and we were off. Lurching from the sudden speed, I let out a little yelp, hugging him for dear life. His abs rippled underneath my fingers, perfect and happy, his chuckle drowned out by the engine's rumble. We rode through the hills leading into town. Every bump where I didn't fall off the bike gave me a little more confidence. Slowly, I eased up straight, edging my grip on his muscles until I finally had my bearings. The bike must have scared the hell out of me for at least a solid minute. But by the time I realized I wasn't clinging to him like a scared cat, I also had the smile pulling at my lips, one he saw in his mirrors.
Shit, little girl. You sure you've never ridden before? You're doing fucking fantastic. Looks like you belong back there.
My face lit up. I leaned into him a little more, relishing the cool southern breeze, catching a whiff of something rolling off him that warmed my blood. He smelled amazing. Oil and pine mingled with leather, a tinge of tobacco, and a bold, masculine musk that sent shockwaves rippling through me. It had been too long since I'd had a crush. I'd been a late bloomer and carried a few extra pounds from too many late-night dinners in Uncle Robbie's bar. New excitement tightened my core like a lasso every time I inhaled the oxygen alive with Jackson, Joker, this raging ghost who'd torn through my life and saved me from one more tragedy. "I like this," I whispered softly. "It's smoother than I expected out here, I mean. Can't imagine what it must be like on the highways."
Babe, it's smooth as a fucking hawk's tail. Ain't nothing like riding. Everything else in this world can get fucked. When you're out here on the road, you find peace. Some folks find themselves. Same thing sailors and pilots are after when they're gliding along, free as the day they were born.
I blinked, surprised that his words were so poetic between all the crude curses. How many layers were there to Joker and his twin? Everybody talked about them like they were the last devils you'd ever want to run into at night on an abandoned road or in a broken-down back alley. Maybe that was true. But if these boys were demons, then they were the slickest, fittest bastards who'd ever crawled out of hell. They were the fairest, the realest, the most tragic, because in another time and place, they might have been heroes, not part of an outlaw biker gang with skulls and guns all over their bodies. Too bad this was Seddon and this town didn't forgive. Joker probably had more mercy in his deadly makeup than this godforsaken place. That scared me, turned my blood to bitter ice, or it would have, if only holding on to him didn't make me thaw. Joker felt warm, strong, like the fire in his blood burbled to the surface, brightening the world around it, the only flame shielding me from the greater darkness. Several minutes on his bike, and I never wanted it to end. Of course it did, and soon we were coming down my street, rounding our way down the long, unpaved road to Mama's house.
"No lights on. Your mom must go to bed early, yeah?"
he asked, killing his engine before we crept too close to her car, and jerking off his helmet. He turned around. Those bright hazel eyes glowed like a mountain lion's in the moonlight. I lowered my eyes, unable to hold his gaze for more than a second. Yeah, she hasn't been doing too well lately. The doctors don't know what it is. Or, if they know, she isn't telling me, I thought bleakly. Mama hated when I suffered or worried about her, so she hid the hurt, just kept it to herself except for the nights when the breakdown in her body became so overwhelming, she cried in her sleep. Joker stood up, extended a hand, and locked his fingers perfectly in mine. The helmet slid off my head. He helped me up, tucking a loose lock of hair back behind my ear.
"It's been one fuck of a night. Go crash, Summer. Sleep it off till you can't remember that prick I knocked to hell back there. He ain't worth your time. Bastard'll be too fucking busy getting his face rebuilt to worry about giving you any more trouble. Promise. Tomorrow's gonna be better than this shit."
"It hasn't been all bad," I said shyly, dragging one foot on the ground. God, I was like a cartoon schoolgirl with my heart beating out of my chest every time I tried to speak to him. Stupid. Outrageous. Irresistible.
"Yeah?"
he said, reaching into his pocket for a cigarette, then giving it a flame.
"Can't say I see the glass half full when it's full of mud, but I ain't blaming you for looking on the sunny side. Keep that shit up, you'll go places, little Summer."
Little? Jesus, he couldn't be more than 5 or 10 years older than me. My heart sank, flaming the whole way down, hating the fact that he just saw me as some dumb girl he'd pulled from the fire. Hated it even more that I couldn't assert myself. Couldn't even meet his eyes when he gave me those slow, smooth glances in between, staring out at the stars overhead.
"You ought to get in so I can take off," he said,
taking a long pull off his cig.
No need for your ma to stumble out here and see me hanging around."
"It doesn't have to be this way," I said, stepping up to him. "It doesn't have to be a bad night. I never got a chance to thank you for what you did back there, you and Freddie." It took every ounce of strength I had to throw my hands around his neck. I did it quick, clumsy, but God help me, I did. Joker's eyes narrowed. Slowly, he reached up and pulled the cigarette from his mouth, blowing a last strand of smoke out the side of his lips. The cig hit the ground and crunched loudly under his boot as he rubbed it out. Then his hands were on me, jerking me in so fast I slammed into his chest. Crap, crap, crap. My heart couldn't keep up with my head spinning 1,000 miles an hour. One rough, huge hand cupped my face, stroked my loose black hair back, and pulled me into him. Our lips touched like lightning splintering the sky. For a split second, there was a sweet hesitation, a tease so hot I whimpered. He silenced me by bringing it home. His lips crushed down on mine. My mouth opened, perfectly unlocked for his tongue. Trembling, I let it happen, let him push his tongue against mine, twining, lashing, owning it in the first kiss I'd ever had that truly took my breath away. This wasn't even in the same universe as the clueless boys I'd made out with before. This was a man's kiss. A kiss that would have brought me to my knees if he hadn't tightened his hold, keeping me against him. This kiss pulled me under the storming sea named Jackson Taylor, stripped me bare, and refused to let go. Suddenly, he tore his lips away from mine, leaving me to gasp for sorely needed air. "That what you wanted?" he asked, a smug quirk pulling at his lips. I still couldn't speak, so I just nodded dumbly, moving my hands over his neck. A second later, he gently pushed me away, heading for his bike. "We're done here," he said, words that dashed my feverish lush like gunsmoke. "Hey, wait!" I whined, running after him. I caught up with him just as he was fixing his helmet. He looked at me, pushed his hand against my face, holding a finger over his lips. "Don't give me any bullshit, babe. That's all you get, and it's a lot more than you deserve." Deserve? What? I stopped cold in my tracks, shot through the chest by his words, wondering where the hell I'd screwed up. "You look goddamned beautiful under this moonlight. Don't ever let a man tell you less." He paused, straddling his bike, ready to start at any time. "Trouble is, I ain't a fucking fool. You're barely on the right side of being jailbait, and I'm not biting. Summertime, you're too fucking young, babe. Too new. You deserve better. You're looking for more than skin and sweat when you kiss. I can't give you that." "Why?" I whispered, so hoarse it was painful. He smiled. "I fuck, babe. Skin and sweat. That's all I know. Never take it any further than that. Never fucking will. The girls who hitch their hearts to this patch, they get fucked and they get wrecked. You and me? Hell, we're not even hitching a damned thing. I'm letting you off easy." My lips trembled. I wanted to curse him, plead with him, reach out and slap him all at once. What the hell was wrong with me? What was it about him? Why did I feel more alive with this rage and confusion? "You think I'm a bastard? Go ahead, girl, you're right. I'm a dyed-in-the-wool son of a fuck, but I ain't a monster. You're a sweet girl, Summertime. Ain't breaking your heart by popping your cherry and taking off." Joker turned, reaching in his pocket for another cigarette. He started his bike, keeping his eyes trained on me while he held up his lighter. "Promise me you'll try to be good. Try to find a man who gives a fuck. Hope to hell it happens. But if it doesn't, if you don't find him, if I come back to this town and you're down to get dirty, look me up.
We'll finish what we started tonight, babe. I'll fuck you and fuck you and fuck you till you're hoarse from screaming my name. Then you'll wake up the next morning and I'll be gone.
Asshole! I screamed, finally caving. Forget it! What kind of a girl do you think I am?
He rolled his eyes. Fucking finally. I was wondering how many damned buttons I'd have to push to see. Listen, I know what kind of girl you are. You're a good girl. Too fucking good for me, or any other bastard wearing this patch. You keep your fucking distance, Summertime. Find yourself a boy who'll bring you heels and roses. It sure as shit ain't me, babe. And that's awesome. That's called me doing you a favor.
I shook my head, totally blasted, trying to understand what the hell he was getting at.
Don't fucking look at me like I just stood you up at prom. I did you a solid tonight, saving you from a greedy prick who wanted your body and nothing else. Those rat fucks go down easy. Just takes a blow to the ribs to drop 'em. The boys who try to charm your pussy wet, they're the ones you really gotta watch out for. Only one of those motherfuckers I can save you from is me.
He paused, looking me up and down, one final tease before he left me in the dust.
You're young, you're good, and I hope to fuck you'll stay that way. Next time you get hot when you hear a bike humming or see a brother with this patch, you ignore that shit. You run.
He thumped the skull with the blazing guns going up the side of his leather vest, as if I needed a fucking reminder. Then he took off, cutting way too close to our old storage shed, just the perfect angle for making his motorcycle steel glow on his way out. My knees collapsed. I dropped to the ground and cried, utterly humiliated, knowing deep down I should be thanking him that he hadn't taken advantage of me. The bastard was right, more right than he had any business being with his teasing, his arrogance, his good-for-nothing good looks. Lord, I fucking hated it. I told myself if I didn't see Jackson or Joker or whatever the hell he wanted to call himself ever again, I'd live my life happy. But life never goes according to plan.
2. Another night. Joker. 3 years earlier. Peace had my back. My brother by blood and patch was always with me, every single trip we made to this dirty little town. We rode in, heading for the bar before we hit Grandpa's house, the only place that ever felt like home outside the clubhouse in Knoxville. Seddon had gotten its fucking skull caved in by the economy taking a dump. It showed in every tumbleweed blowing through the abandoned streets in front of the boarded-up buildings. Some desperate fucks had broken the windows out of the old pharmacy. Desperate-ass junkies looking for their next fix. We'd stopped hauling that shit around a couple years ago, when Early met a bloody end and passed the gavel to his son Dust. New Prez didn't want a damn thing to do with drugs, no different than the rest of us. So he'd sent us here on a different kind of club business. Of course, we came for pleasure, too. There was always somebody hanging around, waiting to get their ass kicked. The bar brawls out here were easy. They were fun. The motherfuckers on the receiving end always deserved it. Tina and Robbie Olivers appreciated the regular cleanings we brought to their watering hole, knocking out the riffraff who threatened to chase away the drunks and the softer types passing through town. Peace killed his engine and stepped off his bike first. I followed him, heading into the bar. My brother pushed straight through the old-timey saloon doors without noticing the pink slip taped to the window. It hit me like a ton of bricks when I stopped and read it. Fucking shit, I growled, taking it in. Going out of business was in big, fat, bold letters near the top. Didn't need to see the fucking fine print. I almost ripped the saloon doors off on my way in. Only took a second to scan the small crowd and found my brother in our usual spot, at one of the corner tables next to Grandpa. "Why didn't you tell me this place was closing up shop?" I asked, sitting down as Peace looked up and pushed an extra beer over to me. Took a long sip. Thick, bitter and dark, just the way I liked it, second only to good Southern whiskey. Could have used the harder shit today when we were taking a kick to the nuts like this. Figured you'd both be here to sear off yourself, boys, Grandpa said, twisting his old Marine cap full of crests and honors from Vietnam. They're having their last big bash today before the whole thing goes belly up. Latest victim of the rot chewing up our poor damn town. Yeah, fucking right. 75 years old and our hard-as-nails grandpa had never talked more truth. What's Dusty doing? He asked, folding his fist around his scotch and looking at us. All those fancy changes better pay off quick if the club ever wants stakes in Georgia again. Shit, Grandpa, that's what we're here for, P said, slamming down his glass. We haven't given up. Long as this patch keeps coming across the border, fuckers will talk about us. All the other assholes will know we're here, and they'll keep the fuck out of our territory. Ain't always that easy, boy, the old man snorted, pausing to swallow more scotch. The men moving in from Tallahassee, they ain't like the old clubs. No code, no limits. They'll slash your balls off just for the pleasure of it. Been hearing about them sending more scouts up here lately from Atlanta. They'd own the whole damn city by now if it weren't for the gangs and the torches. Yeah, we've heard it all too. The Deads are dirty motherfuckers, but they don't know the lay of the land like we do. These roots go deep, I said, bristling at the thought of another club taking our hometown. Home field advantage. That don't go down easy. Our roots are dying on the damn vine, Grandpa snapped, giving me a hard look. The old man had the same bright hazel eyes I saw in the mirror every morning, a tailored trademark that bound us all by blood. No, they ain't, Peace growled, shaking his head fiercely. Cut the crap, boys. If you can't see we're in trouble, you're both gonna get yourselves wiped when you step into the wrong shit. Dead Hands MC isn't just mean as a snake. It's bigger than a grizzly. So big it'll be chewing up half a Dixie in a few more years and shitting it out. We'll be lucky to hang on to East Tennessee. Nah, Grandpa, you don't understand, I said, stiffening in my seat. Dust has all kinds of plans to rebuild our coffers, get us into the gun trade. We're off the nasty shit. No more drugs. Early fucked up keeping us in a dirty dying business for too damn long. Now we got ourselves a second chance, something cleaner, without as much blood. Jackson's son. He paused, gripping my shoulder, shaking his head sadly. Freddie. His other hand pulled at my brother. When he used our real names, shit got real. Really fucking real. Grandpa lived and died by the club before he got too old to ride, and he respected the road names we'd carried for 4 long years. His pause lasted a little longer because Johnny Cash started screaming on the jukebox, his favorite, kicking off the last songs our favorite bar would ever have. I'm too fucking old to watch either of you boys get yourselves axed. You're young, arrogant, full of piss to sling around. I remember that feeling like it was yesterday. In case you boys forgot, I made your old man a promise before he died in that wreck. Peace and me both turned to stone, knowing what was coming and hating it. If shit comes down to building the club or saving your lives, you know what I'll choose. Have your fun here, boys, and go the fuck home. Don't come back here wearing that patch. You get seen by the Deads or surrounded by a train of them when you're working your way south trying to talk to mobsters out of Savannah, you're as good as gone. That ain't happening while I'm still breathing. I locked eyes with my brother. Our eyes slid to Grandpa and we both nodded, too resigned to his touchy-feely shit to argue. We'd humor him. The old man loved us like our father couldn't because he'd been 6 feet under for 20 fucking years. We loved him back and respected him to hell, even when he said shit that made us want to spit bullets. Most of what he said had been dark as hell lately. There wasn't time for tears or pig roasts with the brothers, barely enough time to knock back brown honey or to get my dick sucked. No, I always made time for that. There definitely wasn't time for a drag-out fight with Grandpa, the man who'd raised us, or holding hands and singing songs like one big happy family. Freddie and I had a feeling this shit was coming before we rode down. We shared a quick look, our signal to throw one arm each around the old man's neck, hugging the shit out of him, showing him we'd heard him loud and clear. And we weren't gonna fucking listen, because the stakes were too damn high. You got nothing to worry about, Grandpa. We hear you. Fuck, I hated lying to him. Both of us did. But he didn't even know half of how desperate, how fucked up the ass we really were. Peace and me didn't have a prayer of going all the way to Savannah. We were setting up shop here in Seddon for the next few weeks, waiting while Prez phoned every fucking mobster on the southern half of the eastern seaboard. If any of them wanted to meet us here and hash out an agreement, we'd do it. We'd bring it all home. And we'd get the fuck out before the deads caught up to us. We'd be keeping one part of our promise to the old man for real. Leaving this town for the last time was gonna hurt like a bitch. Grandpa finished his drink and hung with us for a while, getting into better spirits as the music rolled on, believing our bullshit. We talked about his dogs, the shit he made in his shop for the local VA. We listened to the stories he told us 100 times before about the good old days, before the pistols were swamped, desperate, and nearly broke, when he used to tear down the roads with Dust's old man and Skin's old man. You boys have entertained me enough for one evening. Just be careful, he said with a wink, yelling through the commotion of people dancing and country music blasting all around us. If I turn you loose on the girlies around here, one of you might make me a great grandpa yet before I'm done. Peace laughed loudly through the racket. Hell, Grandpa, don't hold your breath. Seemed like the whole damn town had turned out to see the end of Robbie's bar, the last light going out in this wasteland. I just shook my head. No, and fuck no. Having a kid was the last thing on my mind. My dick got hard for fucking, not warming up bottles and changing dirty diapers. Sometimes the old man's jokes went too far. They still had a way of making me squirm, even though I was blowing toward 30 way too fast. Shit. Thinking about any fucking at all right now, especially the baby-making kind, was a distraction we didn't need. Grandpa stood up and we helped him work his way out through the drunken, rowdy crowd. Tina stopped to chat with him for a minute as we helped him to his truck. He'd been one of the regulars here over the years. I stood by, watching him start it up and back out. He took off his cap and waved it to me before I headed back inside. Peace already had another drink in his hand. In 30 seconds flat, he was grinding up against some nameless bumpkin, a blonde bitch who was easy pickings with beer in her veins. What we'd come here to do weighed on my mind too heavily. I'd had my romps with a couple of sluts before leaving Knoxville, everything I could do to knock that shit out of my system so we could focus on business. I sat down with a tall shot of Jack and let the music wash over me, wishing I'd spent more time here. I'd been coming to this place since I was old enough to booze. Shit. Peace and me had even snuck a few drinks before we were legal. This was our first real watering hole, the only one that really mattered outside the clubhouse's bar. All the fights, the ass-kickings, the night I'd saved that honey from those drunken fucking college kids, all about to be fucking history. Shit. I told myself I wouldn't think about Summer when I came to Seddon. It was easy to keep her out of sight, out of mind, except when I rolled by her house or hit the bar. She always went in the back as soon as she saw me, handing off our table to somebody else. Sometimes I saw her first, saw her looking when she thought I wasn't, knew she had her greedy little eyes all over me. Last time it was at her house. Peace and me blew by on the road without slowing for a single second, but she was out near the road with a realtor, the new for sale sign at her mama's place swinging in the breeze. Didn't need to ask about her to know shit hadn't gone right. Fuck. nothing had gone right for anybody in Seddon since the bastards on Wall Street crashed the whole economy, foreclosures devouring the countryside like locusts. Summer didn't have a fair shot at staying a good girl, right? Fuck if I knew. Fuck if I cared. I had too much club biz on my mind and too many bitches back home lining up to feel my dick for another night to worry about a chick I'd kissed 3 fucking years ago. But hell, what a kiss. I still tasted those lips when I fucked sometimes. Tasted them even more when I laid in bed alone on the long summer nights, bringing myself off when there wasn't a bitch around. Her eyes begged for my dick, and now they were burned into my brain. So was her smell. The silky feel of that black hair I wanted to pull harder, and yeah, taste. That goddamn fucking taste. Something about Little Summer's fire pushed my cock into overdrive. Anytime I jerked off, she was the one I did it to. Over and over. Pinched my teeth tight like boulders crashing together when I spent myself in the shower, thinking about those palm-sized tits she'd had against my chest that night, begging to be teased, licked, and sucked to perfection. I thought about her whole sexy body here at the bar, wondering if it was close. No, fuck that. I'd kept my promise to stay the hell away for almost 3 years. Even told her to look me up if a man never stepped up for her. And she hadn't. We kept our distance, exactly how it was meant to be. She sure as shit didn't need any drama, however good it would feel to get between her legs. And neither did I. Fuck me. I swore beneath my breath, standing up for another drink, noticing how hard I was. Common sense wasn't helping tonight. The memories were killing me. So were the roads I hadn't taken. Every damn time I thought about going to her place, banging on her door, and taking her out for another ride on my bike. All the woulda, coulda, shoulda bullshit stung more now that our old hometown was completely fucked. Seeing this place go to the jackals made me wish I'd taken a few more mementos, like summertime's cherry. This place is only fucked for now, I told myself. Ain't forever. We'll be back someday, when the club's grown bigger, stronger, and it's hauling shovels to bury the deads. We'll be back for Grandpa, for Tina, for soon-to-be bankrupt Robbie. For Summer. I went straight behind the bar this time and grabbed a whole bottle of booze. The lean, wiry man playing bartender tonight didn't stop me when he saw my patch. The ship was going down, and I doubt he'd even cared if I weren't wearing the colors that taught everybody instant respect. I took a swig of pure fire and plowed through the double doors heading through the kitchen for the back of the building where I could take in some fresh air and sauce myself alone. Burgers and sausages cooking up punched me in the nose. The sizzle on the grill reminded me of the last time I was back here. The night I'd kicked that grabby little asshole's dick off with peace. Wasn't just me back here. My eyes scanned the scene in front of me, taking a quick nip from the bottle, looking at something fine. When the fuck had this place added the chick with the ivory skin and the pert, plump ass rolling out her jeans? Old Robbie took on too much help. One more fuck-up driving him into the ground. The new girl working the grill had her back turned toward me. She worked alone. Long, smooth, dark hair rolled down her shoulders in waves. Spitting image of Little Summer, if she plumped up and filled out the way a woman oughta, pushing into her 20s. Then she turned around and I nearly dropped the fucking bottle. Familiar green eyes hit me harder than the whiskey soaking my system. Shit, fuck, and damn. Her eyes lit up, went wide, and a soft smile tugged at her lips. Same lips I'd kissed like no tomorrow, imagining how good they'd feel wrapped around my cock. Fuck. Fucking hell and a half. If the urge to pick up where we'd left off that starry night didn't blow my brains out, the need to get her sweet ass naked might do it first. Hey, she said, her her voice as soft and pure as ever. Clenching my bottle hard, I kept my cool. All I could do not to drop it when I started to think about slapping, grinding, and bouncing that ass off my balls. "Didn't know you were working tonight," I said, shaking off my stupor and slamming more whiskey down my throat. She raised an eyebrow.
"Didn't know you were coming into my kitchen to stand around and drink."
Fuck that mouth. My eyes went straight to her lips and then trailed lower. She quickly turned over a few burgers before throwing her spatula down, walking over, sizing me up. Yeah, no mistake. The girl had filled out real fucking nice the last few years. I hadn't realized how nice till I saw her up close, marveling how her baby fat turned into curves. Curves I wanted to grab, slap, and shake underneath me. My cock pulsed like a charge about to blow.
"Thought you might show up to see us off. Your granddad's been here every day all week, ever since he heard about it from my uncle."
"Yeah, well, shit changes," I said, feeling the sweet burn of whiskey roiling my guts, radiating to my greedy fucking middle. My dick strained in my pants. "Sorry to hear this place is closing. A hell of a blow for this town. Shit. A man'll have to go 20, 30 miles outside of town if he wants a drink."
"I know. Uncle Robbie can't hack it anymore. The hours are too long and expenses just keep rising. He'll be lucky to shore himself up in retirement at this rate. I was going to take over the bar, do the drinks, originally, but, you know."
She shrugged, her shoulders rolling soft and sad as her voice. Yeah, I knew. Pitch black, depressing shit had become the norm in Seddon. This place was a goddamn black hole, and it wasn't getting any brighter as the years rolled on. Twisted my guts up in knots, but there wasn't shit I could do about it. Not yet, anyway. Someday that was going to change. Saving this place wasn't in my reach, but the clubs? Maybe. "How many more sandwiches you got to finish up?" I asked her, nodding at the grill.
"Just a couple. The works for all the regulars who asked. Everybody else is too busy out there drinking and dancing to throw in an order. Tina's closing up the kitchen early tonight, so we can party."
"Make one more," I said, my stomach growling. I needed a snack to distract myself from the greater hunger nipping at my balls. The last thing I'd wanted tonight was getting myself into trouble with this woman, and the urge was growing every fucking second I looked at her, all her young beauty raising my cock like a flagpole. Hard to believe nobody had taken that cherry yet, if she hadn't fucked around on the side. Surely she had. No fucking way she was a virgin. But the slim possibility she might be kicked me in the dick so hard I wanted to slam her against the wall, shove my lips on hers, and find out.
"Excuse me?" she said, folding her arms. "You know, wearing that patch doesn't excuse good manners."
"Another burger," I growled. "Please. I'd like a bite. Nobody makes that shit like you and Tina. Having a taste of something good will give me one more memory to chew on before this place goes belly up."
"Oh, all right. On the house. Lord knows you and your family have helped us over the years."
Satisfied, her lips quirked and she turned around, walking back to the grill. I watched her ass bobbing the entire time. I ate my burger at the usual spot, watching Peace make a fool of himself. He was practically fucking the blonde bitch out on the dance floor now, hugging her ass with his hands, dragging her into him so he could grind. They'd be taken off any second for somewhere more private. Wrinkling my nose, I tossed my crumpled up napkin on the last few crumbs of my food, pissed that it hadn't done anything to fix my real hunger. I hadn't seen Summer since I'd left the kitchen. My eyes scanned the crowd, piercing through the drunks. Found her by the back register talking to Tina. Didn't look like the girl was having much fun, and that was a damn shame. Even bigger shame I wasn't making it happen for her. I stood up, ignoring the last couple shots in my bottle, ready to sober up. Tina and her both saw me coming. The older woman backed out of the way, giving me a suspicious look.
Joker, why aren't you on the dance floor like your brother?
Ain't found a woman worth dancing with tonight, I told her, eye fucking Summer the whole time. She held my gaze a lot better than the last time we'd met. The shy little girl was gone, the one who dropped her eyes to the floor the second she felt mine crawling all over her. Tina wasn't an idiot. She realized what was happening real quick. Caught her smiling out of the corner of my eye. Pinching my shoulder, she gave me a quick shake and then mumbled a few words before taking off.
Be nice to her, jackass. She's had a rough couple years. I know all about that night you dropped her at her mama's place, too,
Tina said, leaning up and whispering into my ear.
Don't leave her hanging again. I'm coming after you myself if I find out you've hurt her. She ain't another floozy to dine and dash. You hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear, I said, pushing past the barkeep as she walked off. Just me and summertime now. Alone. Just the way I wanted it. It's a beautiful night, I said, reaching for her hand. Been a few years since you rode on a bike, I bet. Let's go for a ride.
Oh, you really think so, huh?
She asked, flicking back her hair.
Actually, I've kind of gone on a few more rides with the guys around town, hoping to get my own bike soon.
No fucking way. My fingers tensed around hers, trying to form a fist. I wanted to slam it deep into the faces of any other fuck who'd taken her on his bike, anybody who'd had those little hands around his waist while he pulled her into the night. Fuck. What if she'd gone bad, and I hadn't been around to see it? What if some worthless pissant had popped her fucking cherry, the one that should have had my name on it, while I'd been jerking myself off in Knoxville thinking about all the shit I'd do to her as soon as I rammed my cock inside her? Then a more serious thought hit me, and I saw red. Better not be riding with the deads, babe. They're bad fucking news.
Do I look like an idiot?
Her sweet little tongue razzed me between her teeth.
I know all about them, Joker. They come through town sometimes. Everybody keeps their distance.
Yeah, you fucking keep it that way, too. Those boys won't think twice about dragging you out in some field, having their way, and leaving you for the crows to pick. The sass on her face withered. Fuck, I'd gone too hard, too soon. But I didn't regret it. I'd drill it into her head over and over and over again if that's what it took to keep her safe. Jealous? Shit, no. This was about the deads, I swore to myself. Club biz she'd unwittingly gotten caught in. Didn't have anything to do with those suckable lips, or the urge to flip up her skirt and rip her panties to her ankles, spank her fucking raw for mouthing off before I fucked her brains out. No, sir. Fuck no. Forget it, I growled. You ain't stupid. Come on. She moved reluctantly, but the point was, she moved when I pulled her along by the hand. I shook off the last of my buzz from the booze and we got on my bike. You remember to hold on tight, baby. Don't want you falling off when you're gawking at the stars. Look up there too long, you'll get all dizzy. Summer laughed.
Jesus, Joker. I remember how to ride. Already told you I've been doing a little bit of it since the last time we hung out.
I refused to let her shit about riding with other men get underneath my skin. It really was a beautiful fucking night. A big summer sky hanging overhead as big and bright as the excitement in her eyes. Fuck. Those green gems in her face sparkled when I watched her strap her helmet on in my mirror. Soon as her hands went around my waist, we roared out of the unpaved parking lot, tearing down the road leading to the main highway. We left Seddon behind, heading into the countryside, between the hills at the butt end of the Appalachians, snaking down from the north. My cock hammered in my pants the whole damn trip. I snuck glances at her in the mirror every few miles, catching her doing the same to me. Her fingers moved along my abs, pressed tighter with every turn when the mountain bent the roads. I'd sworn I wasn't gonna fuck her. I'd blown town and left behind, ignored her for 3 fucking years because I wouldn't be the bastard to bring her more grief. Tonight, I was very close to smashing that promise into 1,000 pieces. A man had needs the faceless sluts back at the club couldn't satisfy. They could suck me off 1,000 times. None of them would be half as exciting as having her pretty little lips wrapped around every inch of me. I could fuck whores till my limbs gave out and I collapsed, drenched in sweat, gasping for air. But spending myself in their well-fucked cunts wouldn't be like lightning crashing through my skull. Exactly how it'd be with Summertime's smooth, milky legs wrapped around me, watching her eyes roll back in her head when she came on my cock. Fuck. 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 My eyes darted around the countryside, looking into the fields between the valleys. It had been about a year since I'd come down this route. Last time, it was just a night drive, when we were staying at Grandpa's place, Pieces fucking snoring keeping me up. There had to be an abandoned farm around here somewhere. My memory was hazy, but I pressed on, going by faith I wasn't wrong. A couple miles later, I found it, taking the overgrown path up toward the ruined buildings. Summer put her face against my shoulder and whimpered a little from the bumpy ride. Sounded a lot like the sound I imagined her making when she blew. My blood became lava. Christ, I had to fuck this girl tonight and deal with the consequences later. At this rate, I'd crawl over broken fucking glass for a piece of her. Just one intense, unforgettable night out here in the country between me, her, and the stars. Pulling to a stop, I killed my bike's engine and helped Summer off, throwing her helmet in storage. "Perfect spot for a beautiful night," she said. "No," I held up my hand. "Perfect spot for a beautiful lady." I tested her, trying to see how well she could hide her attraction. No surprises, she flunked. Summer's cheeks went beet red, reminding me of that poor sweet kid I'd passed up years ago. Her eyes dropped to the ground till I took her hand again, leading her toward a hill behind the collapsed barn. A quick climb later, we dropped down onto the grass, laying there like some shit out of a movie. The pinprick stars in the sky glowed like snow that wasn't ever coming down. "What kind of boys you been riding with while I've been away?" I asked, turning toward her. She smiled. "Just the older guys down at the VA. Saw your granddad a couple times, too. He's doing well for a man his age." "Fuck yeah, he is," I growled, a little too enthusiastically for my own good. "The man's pressing 80 and he'd still be riding himself if we'd let him. Just works in his shop and rents out his kennel now. He's paid his dues and earned it." Summer nodded, the same mysterious smile hanging on her lips. Damn it. She knew too much what was going on in my head. It was nothing short of a relief to find out her motorcycle riding was limited to the old farts going for joyrides in the country. But fuck, why was it a relief? This shit wasn't good for me. I could deal with the animal need to fuck. This other feeling, this jealousy, the green anger I kept trying to ram down into my guts, this bullshit was new. "What's happened to you? How's your ma?" I already knew the answer wouldn't be a good one, but I had to know what the fuck had happened for sure. Her face went dark. "She passed away about 6 months ago, about the time Uncle Robbie decided to call it quits with the bar. Screwed up colon. She hid how bad it was for me up until the last year, when she went into hospice." I preempted that teary look on her face, pulling her into my arms. Grabbing her chin, I twisted Summer's face to look at me, taking in every little feature here in the moonlight. Fuck me, the girl was beautiful. No, not just a girl anymore. A woman. One who'd taken a couple of real punches from life. Something about that sadistic hurt caused me to love how she looked even more. "Babe, there was nothing you could have done. Don't you dare beat yourself up." She nodded, slowly opening her eyes to meet my gaze, sucking gently on her bottom lip.
I know. I don't blame anybody. I just wish things were different, Joker. I wish she didn't have to die so young, or at least that she didn't go down fighting it so hard for so many years.
No hiding the stinging, wet gleam in her big green eyes now.
It wasn't fair. Just like the bar closing down, right before I was about to take it over.
She let out a heavy sigh. I held her face, tightening my grip, watching the dew forming on her eyelashes. Life ain't fair, Summertime. Nothing else to it. You don't get shit unless you reach up, grab it by the fucking nuts, and yank it hard.
Thanks for the pep talk, she snapped. Not what I needed right now, especially when some things can never be yours no matter how hard you push.
Whatever. Just wanted to give it to you straight before I lay down exactly what you need, woman. My hand grazed her cheek again, brushing back a stray lock of hair. Remembered, it wasn't no different than the one I'd tucked behind her ear years ago. We were strangers. This shit shouldn't feel so familiar, but hell, it did. Her eyes softened. I stared into them, fighting the wild instinct to take her in the next 5 seconds. I wanted to kiss her before. It overpowered me now, and I wondered how many more seconds I'd need before I crushed my mouth on hers, reigniting the explosion we'd had that night when she was too young, and I was too stupid to come back sooner.
Everything keeps changing, Jackson.
I gave her a sharp look when she used my real name. Her hands moved across my chest, soothing the frustration.
You're Joker now, I know. You have been for years. But I remember back before you weren't, when it was just you and Freddie, 2 young guys kicking ass around town.
I let myself smile. Yeah, babe. I remember those times too. Funny how fucking far away it all seems. She didn't have a clue. Hell, I barely understood it myself. I'd killed for the club since I put on my prospect patch years ago. I'd hauled drugs for Early a couple times, Dust's old man, and now we were trying to get gun deals with the mob. Fucked an endless train of bitches I couldn't remember to save my life. I'd done some good, too. I'd stood up for my brothers. I'd lived free and helped everybody else with these colors do it, too. Whether it was those nights when Skin started talking about his old man with tears in his eyes, or keeping 60 off his bike when he'd gotten his second fucking DUI, I'd been there. I'd bumped beers with Peace a couple 100 times, cheering the club's small victories, and stood in a straight line when Dust became the new prez, burying his father. Ashes to ashes, dust to fucking dust. The world kept turning with its blood and fire, its fucking and killing. Lived my life in the thick of it, taking one road at a time and a dozen women a month. Tonight, I just wanted one thrashing around on my cock, giving me her body like I was the last man she'd ever fuck. How many boyfriends you had? I growled, narrowing my eyes. There went those fires on her cheeks again, pure crimson. Her eyes looked around nervously and she licked her sweet lips.
Joker, come on. You can't just ask a girl that, especially when you haven't seen her for years.
Bullshit. Treat it like that ride home was only yesterday, 'cause that's the way it feels.
Whatever. Not a whole lot, Mr. Nosy. There's been too many other things in my life to worry about besides chasing boys.
No way. No goddamn fucking way. She was talking like she hadn't been kissed since that night, much less fucked. She couldn't be a virgin. She couldn't. Or else my dick was gonna blow in my pants like a fucking kid. I'd pulled myself off too many times thinking about taking that cherry. If I had a chance to do it, to do her for the first time tonight. Fuck my promises. Fuck that shit about me being too bad for her, giving her a chance with the men she deserved. She needed to be fucked good and proper, and nobody could put it to her like me. No more bullshit. None. My hand roamed up her back, fisted her long, dark hair, and pulled it till I heard her suck in a sharp breath. Admit it, Summertime. Whatever else has happened, the good and the bad, you missed me.
Maybe a little,
she said shyly.
But you turned me loose. You wanted me to stay away, so I did.
Yeah, we did. That was a big, fat, fucked up mistake. I stared at her, and she blinked, shocked beyond words at what I'd just said. Hell, maybe I was shocked too. Whatever, this wasn't the time for any regrets. Something else you've missed too, I growled. Same thing I've been missing if you want to know the bitter truth. Something we never got a chance to taste in full.
Yeah?
Yeah. I jerked her face into mine without a second thought. Our lips collided like thunderheads coming together. Lightning in my mouth, steam in my blood, molten steel just twisting and turning through every channel in my body, churning fire in my balls. I'd be in her soon, laying a claim I should have put down 3 goddamn years ago. Fuck, she tasted sweet. Couldn't stop for anything now. Wouldn't fucking stop. Her little tongue melted against mine and I took it. Could have twirled that succulent flesh around in mine damn near forever. Only, this time, forever was about 10 more seconds before I started tearing her clothes off and taking what was mine underneath the moon and the stars. The countdown started the second our lips locked. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
3. Flash in the pan. Summer. As soon as the bastard kissed me, the last 3 years were gone. Obliterated in his magnificent lips, his tongue, his power, his passion. The energy he'd only given me a teasing taste of on a summer night so long ago returned. Except this was more than a tease. This kiss said he wasn't letting up, wouldn't turn me away for stupid reasons like innocence anymore. Not this time. His kiss was too serious, too hot, too hell-bent on mastering mine. If I let him take what he wanted, there wouldn't be any going back. Oh, God. Damn it, Joker, I whispered, jerking my face away. I can't do this.
Babe?
Before he could grab me, I was up, climbing over the hill as fast as I could go. I didn't care how serious his kiss seemed, or how good it tasted. I couldn't let him do this to me again, not after all the heartache and disappointment. This kiss could work wonders, like a spell that could charm me, make me believe he'd changed. But it couldn't make me stupid, reckless, ready to be destroyed by him a second time.
Fuck, Summer, come back!
He yelled after me, plodding down the hill. After all the things going upside down in my life, I hadn't changed enough. I'd stepped up and taken more responsibility, sure. Mama, Uncle Robbie's bar, and the family house were all history soon. My meager wage couldn't begin to pay the bills that would have let me hang on to the place, not with her collectors hounding me for every last penny. I had a head start on Joker, and he couldn't move as fast with his bigger body, taking the steep hill in slower strides. I used my advantage to put more distance between us, heading for the broken-down storage shed I saw in the distance. For the first time since we'd gotten here, I wished for fewer stars. The ones hanging overhead showed too much, made it all too easy for him to trail me like a wolf across the curvy countryside and the winding fields. My legs gave out just before the shed. Rather, something on the ground caught me, spun me around, and slammed me down so hard every bone in my body shook. The pain ripping up my ankle didn't hit my brain until a second later. Wincing, I grabbed the muscle right about the time he ripped me up in his arms, pulling me close.
Put me down already! It hurts!
I whined, flailing against him.
Bullshit, babe. You're gonna settle the hell down and tell me why the fuck you just took off screaming.
I stopped fighting him. There was no use hiding the hurt anymore. He'd already seen how easy it was to get close to me. He had to know about the fantasies I'd nursed for 3 years, the memories I'd held on to from that lonely night when he'd brought me home from one tragedy, only to get my hopes up before he brought disaster down again. I told you, I can't do this again. I can't have you come in like a tornado for just one night and leave me hanging. Too many things have gone wrong. I've lived too many nightmares, Joker. My body went limp. I bit my lip, fighting the pain spiking through my ankle. Damn him. He tightened his hold, wordlessly wrapped me up in his biker embrace. My chest rattled as I tried to breathe, inhaling his scent for the first time in 3 years. That strong, heavenly smell of raw masculinity I thought I'd lost forever. I ain't a toy, I snarled in his ear when he rested my chin on his shoulder. It's not fair treating me like one, coming back in my pants without a hello. And no, don't you dare give me another lecture about life. I'm telling you, I need something nice to happen for once, not another train wreck.
Quiet, babe. Quit moving. Only time I want to see your lips moving is when they're on mine.
He pushed my cheek into his, making me feel the sandy stubble there.
Didn't realize I did so much damage last time we hung out. I left for your own good, just like I told you that night. You were too young, too fucking pure for me, summertime. Too damned innocent.
That word. Anger flashed through me and I shook, trying to pull myself away while he continued to talk to me like a kid.
I don't do girlfriends and I don't fall in love. I still don't.
His voice softened.
I fuck, baby girl. And if you want something to happen, that's gotta be the end of it. You ought to ask for more, but your body's telling me something different. Only thing worse than getting fucked is not getting fucked at all. I can give you that, summertime.
He was giving me an ultimatum. A wicked, ridiculous one. But at least it was honest. Could a man be a complete bastard and still talk like he cared? I haven't ever been with a man, I said, slowly pulling away from him. This time, he let me. His handsome face lit up like I just offered him 3 wishes. You're an asshole, but I like you, Jackson. You scare me because I can't stay away. I'm sorry I freaked out. No, really, I thought. He didn't deserve an apology. But I didn't deserve to lie to myself any longer, living on nothing except fantasies and fears. Choosing my next words very carefully, I looked at him softly and let honesty roll. Whatever else this is, maybe I do want you tonight, just to get it over with, get rid of this stupid crush and get on with my life.
We can make it happen, babe. Make all your dreams come true tonight, and so much more.
He smiled, stepping toward me, running his big, powerful hands up my shoulders again. His fingers curled up my neck, cupped my chin, and held me.
You're too damned beautiful to waste another night of virgin, summertime. You give that pussy up, I'll make it purr. I'll make you scream. I'll make you come on my cock so fucking hard you see more stars up there than dim-lit sky. You'll forget all about the shit that's eating at you, and you'll walk away a woman, no worse for wear.
Why I believed him, who the hell knows? I let him kiss me, softer and slower than before, and soon he led me outside into the night. By the next kiss, I surrendered. How could I do anything else with my heart smashed up in 1,000 pieces and the immaculate night sky glowing above? Any woman would do the same. Anybody young who hadn't had a good thing happen since that night he took me out 3 long years ago and buried my woes in his lips.
Baby, baby, fuck. I'm gonna make you feel so good. Better than any man ever will. He growled, taking his hungry lips off mine just long enough to gaze into my eyes. His were so dark,
So hungry, so wild. Big promises, I said, moistening my lips with my tongue. Why don't you shut up and show me? I offered him what I'd wanted to give up for 3 damned years. His hand pushed against my back, bringing me home. Our lips connected, hotter than before, melting what little resistance I had left. He could pretend to kiss me like a lover, a man who cared, the other piece of me I'd been missing for so fucking long. Well, so could I. I'd give him the hot, wild time he wanted tonight before he left me behind for a second time. He'd love my body like he wanted more. I'd fool myself into thinking he did, knowing this might be the last time I'd have something I truly wanted, or at least an illusion so real I could hold it. My lips moved against his, opening for his tongue. Faster, harder, sweeter. His kisses came in waves, all-consuming and all-conquering. Joker's hand swept up my thigh, rounded its way to my butt. He cupped one side of my ass and squeezed, feeding the wet craving between my thighs. Whatever else he'd do to me tonight, he'd worship my body the way it deserved. I'd give myself to a man who knew exactly what he was doing, who'd probably done it 1,000 times to 1,000 different women. That thought made me hate him, but as twisted as it was, I wanted him even more just then.
You fucking been lying to me or what? I have to know,
he snarled, suddenly pulling his lips off mine.
You kiss so damned hot it's hard to believe you ain't never been fucked before, beautiful.
I blinked in surprise, noticing how badly I was panting in his arms. His fingers clenched my leg so hard I thought it would bruise, and I shuddered. Lying? No, hell no. I shook my head. I like you, idiot. Enough to tell the truth, I said, staring into his eyes, fire roaring through every part of me. I want you. Badly. Joker, damn it, no more games. I've been waiting for this for 3 long years. Haven't had time for anybody else. I've been waiting for you to come to your senses. Waiting for you to come back and take what's been yours since that night when we kissed, when I was just a high school kid. If he walked away now, holy shit. My hands crawled up his back, stopping along his shoulders where I grabbed him and dug my nails in. I wouldn't let him leave. We'd gone too far to give this up a second time. He moved like a panther, snarling, ripping at my clothes, jerking me onto his lap.
3 goddamned fucking wasted years,
he rumbled, sliding my jeans down around my ankles, then reaching for my panties. In one furious push, they were down my legs, leaving nothing between my wetness and his hand.
Been waiting for this a long-ass time, little summer. I've been jerking off thinking about you, and thinking about you again when I'm balls deep in those sluts who can't even hold a fucking candle to what you've got. Fuck me alive. You've got it all.
His breath became a harsh whisper, and his face stopped near one knee. I didn't know whether to love him or hate him just then. Thinking about the glorious bastard moving between my legs with other girls made me see red. But he'd said it was me on his mind the whole damned time, and he'd said it with such a storm in his voice, I knew it was true. My fight died the second he sucked at my inner thigh. His hands moved above his head, aggressively plumping my breast through my shirt. The other grazed my pussy several times, sliding through the sopping wet center, brushing my clit for a split second every time. Joker's stubble needled my skin like nails. Everything collided here. The good and the bad, the rational and the senseless. All my better instincts wiped out in one flash by his heat, his kiss, his promises in every deeply sexual movement. No, make that flashes, plural. I saw lightning when his mouth moved up again. He growled, stopping with his lips next to my core, pouring molten breath all over it in the worst tease I'd ever had. My fingernails fought, scratching through his leather and his t-shirt. Slowly opening, my eyes went down and caught the raging desire in his bright hazel eyes.
"Lay the fuck back, woman,"
he growled, reaching for my thighs with both hands, pulling them apart.
"I ain't saying another word till your hot little cunt's blown itself up on my face several times. There's no going back once you feel this tongue. I ain't going back. I'm swallowing every drop. I own you tonight. This night and maybe every last fucking night you've got here on Earth."
Shit. He made me believe. My heart banged in my chest, almost caused me to pass out when he finally made good on what he promised. His lips moved, planting one more kiss on my right thigh, moving to the center. Then his tongue was in me, sliding through my folds, so much more direct than it had been before. My legs began shaking and never stopped as his rough licks quickened. His tongue lashed me there again and again, going a little deeper every time. "Damn," I sputtered, already seeing the stars in the sky multiply, except the new ones were hot red, just like the hellfire I imagined pumping in my blood. Joker's elbows pinned my thighs, his hands moving to my center, pulling me open, all the better for those licks to land deeper, so fucking deep my insides clenched like a vice before the hot release hit me. I screamed into the night when I came. His lips wrapped around me, and his tongue found my clit. All about a split second before I started coming my brains out, bucking and riding his face, wondering how the hell he could keep going with me thrashing underneath him. Oh, but this man was strong, a beast wrapped in his tattoos, his leather, his cocky attitude that turned panties into ashes. Mine were just a distant memory as I gave it up to his mouth. He licked, sucked, and pulled at my clit with his tongue, holding it between his teeth, holding down my center with nothing more than his rough, gorgeous face. Was he seriously growling the whole way through it, making me feel his feral energy echoing in my body? Yes, God, yes he was. I came even harder. I'd never expected my first time to be with someone who was more animal than man, wilder than the fierce country wind beginning to kick up around us. The tall grasses on the hillside blew, tickling my face. One more sensation I couldn't handle with the dynamite going off inside me. I never realized how numb my fingers were until he finally eased off. He lifted himself off me, slowly devouring me with his eyes, giving me the look. That one made me believe his utter crap about how he owned me tonight. Made me believe that maybe he wouldn't walk away when this was all through. But I knew better. It started to get the best of me before he pushed his lips on mine, still slick with my juices. He kissed me, pulling me onto his lap, his hands roaming my body again. This time they were more deliberate, dragging away the rest of my clothes one piece at a time. He undid my blouse, kiss by kiss, growling when it fell off my shoulders. My bra popped like nothing underneath his fingers. Free breasts felt his fingers for the first time, and he stopped to suck one nipple, lightly rolling it against his tongue, teasing me. "Please," I whimpered, scratching at his neck. No more. I couldn't take this. The anticipation. The piecemeal way he played my body like a damned fiddle. If this was a warm-up, then it worked. I was hotter than the summer sun, taut and limber, ready to do anything and everything to feel him deep inside me. Growling, he tightened his teeth around my nipple, quickening his tongue strokes. He used the way I melted, surrendering totally, to push me flat underneath him again. He sucked and lashed each breast until I couldn't think. My brain shut down, lost in this delight, my body rising and falling and always asking for more, more, more. I squirmed underneath him, wide-eyed, caressing my hands up his back like scaling small mountains. His legs pushed between mine. He rubbed the hard, needy bulge in his jeans against the wet, tender skin he'd just tormented so deliciously. "This is really it, isn't it?" I whispered, more to myself than him.
"Summertime, you've got no fucking clue. I'm gonna teach you everything a woman your age ought to know about her own sweet body by now. First things first, shut up and taste yourself on these lips."
He kissed me, forcing another growl into my mouth. His tongue swept over mine, more possessive than before, and that was saying something. His lips moved like a firestorm, scorching every millimeter, taking what they wanted. So hard, so swift, so sweet. Joker pressed me into the earth, dry humping me with rougher strokes, making my wetness soak into his pants. I'd never been so thankful for the cool bed of grass below us, or the soft breeze caressing my skin. If it wasn't for that, I was sure we would have burned alive.
"You on the damned pill?"
he growled. His fingers tangled through my hair when he jerked my face away from his. Desperately, I nodded, my hips still bucking, rising to meet his, begging.
"Good. 'Cause I'd have taken you raw even if you weren't beautiful. Nothing's too good for this pussy but skin on skin."
He lifted himself up, and I watched him roll his shoulders. His cut came off. He lifted his t-shirt, taking away everything with the violent skulls and smoking pistols. There were plenty more waiting on his skin. Dark, jagged inks rolled down his rock-hard chest and tight-packed abs, the one I'd caressed all evening on the back of his bike. The pistol's skull leered at me, a strange dance between beauty and death, everything that was quintessentially Joker painted on his magnificent body. I never thought my first time would be with someone like him, looking like a pirate. But there he was, on top of me, larger than life. I watched as his belt buckle came loose, slapping gently on his jeans. He shuffled out of his denim and hooked his thumbs below his boxer's waistband, wearing the most arrogant smile I'd ever seen on his face. Then they were down too, and I saw what he'd been hiding. I gasped when I saw the little silver bullet gleaming on top of his huge, throbbing manhood. "Is that—"
"Fuck yeah, it is, baby. And you're gonna moan yourself hoarse when you feel what it does to you," he said, fisting his cock in one tight hand. "Just got it last year. Precision made to stroke your little pussy till it creams, screams, and creams some more. It hits all the right buttons and then some. Don't start drooling before you feel it."
Asshole. Who did he think he was? Really? Apparently the man who was about to fuck me out of this universe. Leaning up, I slapped his chest, and he caught both my hands. We tumbled down into the grasses again together, him wrestling his way between my legs, pushing the angry pierced head of his cock against my opening. He held his length there, wedged between my folds, teasing me as he shoved my hands over my head. No going back now. Hell, I couldn't even think about it, feeling the burn, the ache, the agony rising in my core. Muscles I didn't know I had tensed, whining to be fucked like never before.
"This fucking cherry. Mine," he growled,
angling himself up, cocking his hips backward like a trigger on a gun.
"Your lips, your tits, your whole fucking body. You guessed it, babe. Mine."
As soon as he said it, his hips punched forward, pulling him into me. I jerked underneath him, overwhelmed by the sudden sensation of him invading, stretching, pulling me apart. Pleasure mingled with a slight discomfort. Something tore the deeper he went, snaking to my womb, claiming everything he'd promised. My pussy tingled hotter than ever, struggling to adjust to his huge size. When he'd gotten as far as he could, he stopped, holding himself in. Both of us stared at each other, our chests rising and falling, taking as much of the coolness into our lungs as we could so we wouldn't combust from our inner heat. Fuck, you're tight. Roll with it, baby girl. Feel me fuck you every time I dig in and out, and you fuck back. This is the best fucking night of your life, and I'm gonna make damned well sure you remember every smoking second. Lofty promises that could have put the devil himself to shame. The evil skull on his chest with the smoking guns next to it seemed to agree, grinning wide. This cocky biker bastard and his promises. I should have known by now he'd make good on every single one of them. His hips rolled, and I watched his big slab of a chest swell as he inhaled new breath. Joker's cock dipped back before pushing into me again. Then it happened again. Again. Each thrust a little harder, a little more strewn with his hot, thick breath warming my face. He dipped his head and kissed me. We twined tongues while the fire in my body rose with every stroke. He rocked me like the machine he was, completely built for this, made for fucking a woman's body into full submission. And God, did I surrender to it all. I gave it up, gave him everything, moaning while my greedy pussy tightened around his cock. My body wanted to pull him deeper, feel him explode inside me. We rocked, sweated, and gasped in between fresh kisses on the grassy hill. Even the coolness underneath my back couldn't quell the heat now. It came ripping through my veins like liquid fire, calling for release, turning my muscles to stones one thrust at a time. I bucked desperately into his hips, fighting through the initial hurt in my body. His thrusts turned pain to pure pleasure like coal turning to diamond. I was the anvil, and he was the hammer. His huge, beautiful body slamming into mine until every last part of me glowed and ached. A minute later, I had my hands around his neck, tightening my legs around his back. He was fucking me so hard and fast it should have hurt. His thick balls punched my ass each time he drove into me, quickening the staccato rhythm between us. My mouth opened a little bit at a time, too full of shock and awe to brace for his kisses. He must have sensed what was happening. He stopped mid-stroke to reposition us, raising himself up, throwing my trembling legs over his shoulders. When he drove into me again, that fiery itch I'd had rising erupted into lava. Sweet, merciful fuck. Pleasure couldn't describe the ecstasy tearing through me anymore. His body swept mine up and crashed into me again, smothering me with pleasure, igniting every nerve I had with a delicate, needy sweetness that hit my brain in a fireball. The flame building in my belly exploded. Yes, shit, yes. My mouth formed a perfect circle while I clenched him with everything I had. My hands, my feet, my poor little pussy, totally overwhelmed with every thrust, every part of me. I wanted tangled up with him, so lost in his body that I couldn't find where mine ended and his began. His stamina was relentless. I expected him to slow, to crash, to climax with me, like two great waves crashing together. Instead, he fucked me straight through my climax, smashing his mouth down on mine and pushing his body faster. Yes, faster. I lost my mind, feeling him spiking in and out of me, pounding my hips into the soft, sweet earth. Halfway through it, I bit into his bottom lip, desperate to keep breathing as his earthquake shook me apart. His fist pulled angrily at my hair.
You're fucking lucky I love those little teeth, Summertime. Next time you do that shit, you better draw blood. I'll fuck you even harder when you do.
Harder? Harder? Was he out of his mind? When his hips sped up again, I knew he wasn't. My legs could barely stay tangled around him as he pistoned his hips full throttle. Joker fucked me into the ground. My hips slid against the earth, tearing up the grass, consumed with the pleasure swallowing me whole. Bastard. Even during sex, I wanted to keep fighting him. I couldn't let go of the love-hate insta-connection we had. Nothing, not even this mind-blowing sex, could wipe away 3 years of mixed emotions in one go. And so I held on tight, fucking him back as hard as I could. When he kissed me, I returned it like a whore, throwing off the shy virgin shackles that ruled me for so long. He wanted teeth? Let him have them. I bit his lips so hard I tasted a metal. He growled like an animal into my mouth, fisted my hair, and pushed both our heads to the ground. The leverage only got his cock inside me deeper, like a railroad spike, slamming through steel. God, that piercing on the tip of his cock. I could really feel it now. The soft, silvery little bullet attached to him caressed me from the inside out, hot, tingling, and magnificent. My nails racked his back. He grunted each time he thrust, all the way to my womb, shaking me with all the force his hips had. "The fuck's gotten into you?" he whispered, tearing his face away from me so I could see that tiny cut I'd left on his bottom lip. "You want to play rough, summertime? You sure you want to fucking do that?" "You know I do," I said, speaking through the lightning coming quicker in my body. "If that's what it takes to make you come with me this time." "Fuck," he growled. "Fuck." Next thing I knew, he'd pulled out, flipping me over like a tornado. He pushed his palm on my back and grabbed my hair, causing me to arch onto all fours. His palm cracked across my ass before he pushed inside me again, snarling as he did, my hair more tangled than ever in his hand. "Fuck me like the greedy little bitch you are," he said, his voice as rough as his hips crashing into mine. "Fuck me. Make me come. Show me what you've got, summertime, or I'm gonna tan this little ass till you can't sit for a fucking week." God, the savage threat ruined me. Orgasm rose up and lodged in my belly, stretching to my throat. I dug my fingers into the ground for precious support and rocked my knees as fast as I could, slamming my ass into his pubic bone, fucking and grinding him like I'd lost it for good. Hell, maybe I had. Good girls didn't fuck like this. Virgins never did. They didn't give in to all the filthy, nasty things they'd read in dirty books and fantasized about when the man they desired stepped into their dreams. They didn't surrender this easy, this crazy to a man who'd use them as nothing more than another notch in his bedpost. But out here on the grassy hill, with his pierced cock wrecking my better senses, nothing was off the table. I became someone else underneath him, and after all the bad news I've lived through these past 3 years, I loved it. I let it happen. Panting like a madwoman, I started growling too, thrashing with my hair in his fist every time he filled me with his cock. "Fill me," I said, barely recognizing my own voice through the chokehold pleasure had on my neck. "I want to feel you come." "Do it, goddamn you." "What the fuck did you just say?" he whispered, slowing his strokes just enough to leave me on the edge, burning up. "You heard me." "Yeah," he said, making his thrusts slower, shallower, his free hand reaching between my legs. "Maybe I did, babe. Maybe I fucking did. Maybe you're about to get shot so full I'd knock your pussy up." Damn, why did he say that? His thumb found my clit, and my entire body seized. His fist jerked hard, pulling my face up to the open sky where I saw the stars above us becoming bright and thick as a blizzard. Joker! Jackson, holy hell! Never knew how I managed to sputter through the blinding pleasure, picking up and slamming me back down again. I barely felt Joker's thumb brushing my clit anymore, but I knew it was there from the shocks exploding in my body. His insane talk about knocking me up, That had to be a fantasy. But in the heat of the moment, my body didn't know that. I gave in and let him ravish me any way he wanted. He fucked me fierce. He fucked me rough. He fucked me until I came crashing down, wrapped around his cock, panting his name through clenched teeth. I didn't think it could get any hotter. But then he came. Oh, God, shit. The bastard buried himself to the hilt and roared, lifting my face to his with my hair locked in his stern fist. His lips touched mine the second he swelled inside me. He sucked every last desperate sound from my body when he erupted. Fuck, little Summer, I'm coming. Spilling the whole fucking load inside you. Fire, hot and brilliant and intense as the stars spinning above us, poured into me. My pussy clenched and convulsed all over again. Locked together, we thrashed and bucked and came. Kissing and biting, gasping for air, calling each other's names in guttural, scratchy voices, so racked with pleasure they were barely coherent. But my body understood with every shallow stroke he made inside me while he emptied his balls. I finally understood what this was really all about as his seed leaked into me, flooded me, filled me so full I could feel him pouring out the crevices in our flesh. He fucked me so hard I tilted my hips, giving up one last round of bliss before we both collapsed, exhausted and overflowing. Sometime later he rolled off me. We both sucked the sweetest tasting air ever into our lungs, staring up at the starscape rolling by above. It's beautiful, isn't it? I asked, tilting my face toward him. Not half as pretty as the shit happening down here on the ground, he growled, so convincing I thought he was serious. I slapped him on the chest with my hand and laughed. Oh, come on, stop. We've already done the deed, Joker. You don't have to keep saying that stuff. Don't fucking have to, but I will, babe. It's true. All of it. He wrapped his arms around me, pulled me onto his chest, cupping my ass with one hand. He squeezed. You know, you're kind of a dick, but so far, I don't regret this, I said, mulling over my words. I was afraid I would, as soon as it was all over. Over? He quirked an eyebrow. We ain't half done fucking tonight, babe. I'm thinking I won't be done even then, neither. No? I said, surprised. Nah. Peace and me are gonna be held up here in town for the next few weeks, staying at Grandpa's place. Club business, he growled darkly. Sure, I'll find some time to slip away for more enjoyable shit. Now that my favorite watering hole's gone bust, I'm gonna need more than just knocking back shots at home. I laughed, squealing playfully as he tightened his hold on me. His words were enough to make me want to put the brakes on, to keep my hopes checked before they soared like rockets. Except that glint in his hazel eyes. I couldn't ignore it. It was a bright, honest shine, one that meant everything he'd said, his need for more than one night at a deep primal level beyond any speech. Why don't you help me move while you're here? Assuming you can spare an evening, of course, I said, giving him a sharp look. I need to be out of Mama's place before the bank comes next Friday. Sure. Where you going next? Little apartment on the edge of Seddon. I scrounged up just enough for a deposit and some new furniture. It'll do until I can find another gig. Maybe I'll just take something easy, like ringing folks up or stocking shelves, then wait for another opening at a bar. You really want to do retail your whole damned life? He asked, narrowing his eyes. My smile melted. No, of course I didn't, but it was just about the only good option I had in this tumbleweed town, pummeled by a crap economy. We can't all just ride off into the sunset and make our money other ways, I told him, shaking my head. Christ, Joker, if you're about to offer me some kind of strip job or worse, don't even go there. I don't want it. He stiffened underneath me, tightening his hold on my back. I laid a finger on his chest, giving him one firm tap right across the winged skull darkening his skin. I want you, Jackson, not the club. Whatever else is happening between us, that's as far as it goes.
Babe, don't be fucking stupid,
he said, following the kiss I'd laid on his chest with one on my forehead.
You think I want any of my brothers seeing you naked? Then I'm gonna think I truly fucked your brains out. I want you happy, square with your money. If you ain't finding shit here for work, you ought to look elsewhere.
Where? Like Knoxville? He smiled, cocky and sly as ever.
Something like that. Hell of a lot more opportunities out there than Seton. Even more in the Tri-Cities, not too far over.
I didn't answer him then. There wasn't anything to say when my brain was still processing, overwhelmed by everything that had happened tonight. So I just buried my face in his chest, freely breathing that scent I'd remembered for 3 terrible years. Maybe I'd have to move if it kept him a little closer and paid me too. I'd wanted to put down roots in this town because it was all I knew, but it wasn't working out that way. Here, the ground was barren. Not that I'd be making any fly decisions tonight. All the misery of Mama, poverty, and the bar hadn't turned me into a fool. We'd just see how well the next few weeks went. By the end of them, if he wasn't just playing me, a very huge if, then maybe it'd be time to think about finding somewhere new. His fingers pinched my ass, causing me to look up. That mischievous smirk on his lips turned into a hungry one. His hand slipped down, pushed between my legs, and pulled them apart like he owned them. Tonight, I suppose he did. He jerked me up, moved me over him until I was straddling his cock, already rock hard.
Enough fucking around with the future, Summertime. We've got the whole damned night ahead, and I'd rather hear you screaming than giving me shit any time. You got nothing to worry about, long as you're in these arms.
One push of his hands on my ass cheeks lowered me on his cock. Then I couldn't think about anything at all except how good, how right, how incredible he felt deep inside me. The next few weeks should have been a total nightmare. Instead, they'd become a dream. All thanks to him, Joker. The bastard who'd taken over my head for 3 long years roared in, wooed me, and conquered my life. He came to me every other night since our first Beneath the Stars. I'd climb on his bike with a grin, feeling my heart skipping a dozen beats per minute. He'd introduce me to half a dozen new secret spots around Seton I hadn't known before. Now I knew them like his body. Intimately acquainted with every single one of them when we were naked and horizontal in the tall grasses, the broken-down barns, the little nook next to the stream. That last place he'd held me up in the air the entire time we fucked, banging me into the boulders behind us each time he thrust deep. It should have hurt, being flung around like a rag doll. But of course, it didn't. Basically the story of this whole insane romance between us, assuming you could call motorcycle rides, doe eyes, and hard sex any kind of love story. What should have been agony became delight. Pain turned into pleasure. Risk blossomed from barren fear into a beautiful certainty. Forbidden? Impossible? All of the above, plus so much more. Nothing about us should have worked, especially at this awful crossroads in my life. But it did, damn it. We were working, hooking up for more than just a fuck. I truly believed we had more to ourselves than sheet-soaking sex. He was exactly what I needed when I left Mama's place forever, watching as the sheriff and the moving crew from the bank moved in and roped off the place where I'd grown up. Joker helped me christen my new apartment the very first night, throwing me down on the mattress between the boxes. I sucked his cock on the worn floor, practicing everything he taught me. Then he slipped between my legs, fisted my hair, and covered my mouth with his free hand. I bit him to keep from screaming, just shy of making my new neighbors hate me on day one. 3 weeks blurred by in a blissful storm. He went back to Knoxville, satisfied he'd finish whatever he'd come here to do with his brother. I didn't ask, he didn't tell. Club business, he'd growl whenever I got too close to wondering what he did on that bike without me. We'll talk about anything in the fucking world, babe, except for that. I wasn't stupid. I knew he did bad, illegal things because he wore that patch. Busted up bigger bastards than him when they asked for it, and earned his money by the sweat of his mystery. Hell, I'd known it from day one, that first kiss we'd shared when I was just a stupid kid. Both the Taylor boys were bad news, but to me, he was the best I'd ever gotten, and I wasn't going to let it slip away without giving it a chance. Joker kept coming, making the long drive down from eastern Tennessee, usually just for me. One weekend, Peace came with him. Both of them were here to handle more of that growl-worthy club business that always put me on edge, however much I tried to pretend it didn't exist. I just started working at the drugstore in town when he picked me up. Even through the noise and at least 40 feet to the lot, I heard his motorcycle. Who knew that harsh sound could make a girl smile every damned time? Then he was there, in front of me. When this man walked into a room, everything came to a screeching stop. Customers and other employees froze and stared, watching him swagger in between the registers, decked out in dark leather, covered in his fearsome patches like a modern-day knight.
Babe, hurry the fuck up and finish your shift, he growled. I'm taking you out tonight.
I looked at the old woman I'd been ringing up apologetically. Surprisingly, she smiled and shot me a wink, readjusting her glasses. I ran her credit card and scooped her stuff into a plastic bag. My, he's a big one, she said, looking at my man like a piece of meat. Seriously? I blinked, gingerly lifting the bag and passing it into her hands. Get out of here and have some fun, girl, the granny said with a smile. Men like this don't come around except once in a blood moon. She was gone. Thankfully, there hadn't been anyone else behind her, so I turned to Joker. He'd been giving me that arrogant, hungry look the whole time, the one that pulled at my nipples like an invisible set of clamps. Mercy. Did you hear that? I asked. Blood moon? What's she talking about?
Sounded like Blue Moon to me. He shrugged. Fuck if I know, beautiful. Old spinster's too damned smart for her own good. You heard the woman. Punch the fuck out and let's go.
Smiling, I sighed and looked over his head, staring at the huge clock mounted on the wall. I had about 3 more minutes left, but it probably wouldn't hurt to close up a little early. We passed a rack of cheap tabloids on the way out, filled with the brain candy everyone reads in waiting rooms. Yes, stories about the royal family renting a spare room to Elvis, or how Martians are behind rigging the next election. One of the magazines had a huge red moon on it. That made me stop and stare, scanning it for a second. Prophecy, the headline screamed. Will you survive the next blood moon or crash and burn? So that was where she'd gotten it. I kept walking, following him out to his bike, inwardly laughing off the creepy coincidence. The old lady had to have seen them on her way out, too, and maybe she'd slipped up when she meant to say blue moon, just like Joker said. Out here, the moon hung big and brilliant, red in the sky. Even Joker stopped for a second to stare up at it, whistling into the darkness.
Fuck me with a bottle. Ain't ever seen a big red bastard like that hanging in the sky for years. Maybe never.
He turned to me with a wicked smile on his face.
Might be the end of the world tonight, babe. We'd better fuck like rabbits.
Oh, please. I rolled my eyes, locking my hands tight around his powerful waist, resting my chin on his shoulder so I had a perfect angle to whisper into his ear. Is that how you celebrate the end? We were going to do that anyway, right? Damned straight, he growled, reaching behind us for a second to squeeze my thigh. My pulse quickened. Blood moon or not, we were getting into some seriously sexy mischief tonight. Yeah, if only things had gone down that way. When we took off down the road, I didn't know I was living the last happy moments of my life. It took me a few more weeks to realize how deadly, ominous, and hungry that evil moon in the sky really was. Joker, no, their lights are on. This place isn't abandoned at all. Giggling, I flattened my hand on his chest, pushing desperately. We can't do it here with people around. He'd already buried me underneath him, staring down at me with that feral gleam in his hazel eyes.
Fuck if I care. You can bury your face in my palm again if you want, so Farmer Jones don't hear you screaming.
I kicked my legs. I do care, especially if they come out here with a shotgun to kick us out. I didn't have a clue who owned this place. Normally, his judgment was spot on finding secret places for us out in the country. Fucking outdoors certainly hadn't lost its charm since I'd gotten my own place. We did it often, whenever the urge took hold while riding through the countryside.
Babe, trust me, there ain't gonna be any trouble tonight, he growled,
silencing me with a long, sticky kiss.
Calm your sweet ass down or I'll pull down those pants and spank the shit out of you till you do.
I stuck my tongue out. He talked like an animal, and I must have gone insane because it turned me on.
Don't fucking tempt me, Summertime. You think I'm bluffing?
Heavens no. I nodded anyway, pulling back when he tried to bury his lips on mine again. Teasing a man like this was playing with fire, yeah, but it was the most exquisite kind of fire a woman could get. That did it. I tried not to squeal as he lifted me up, throwing me over his shoulder just enough to undo my belt and yank down my jeans. I kicked hard, thrashing so he couldn't get them all the way off. He loved the bad girl act. So did I. Hell, he'd already introduced me to a lot of things I hadn't expected to ever love. The biggest one was staring at me, the bastard himself, giving me a look that said this was way more serious than foreplay.
Stop moving or I'll hoist you up right here in the field while we fuck, he rumbled in my ear, hot and low as summer thunder.
No, I whimpered, shaking my head.
Yeah, fuck yeah, baby girl. I don't bullshit and you know it. Keep wrestling, your pants are gone. I'll spank the shit out of you. Fuck you where the bastards in the house can see, and leave your clothes here in the dirt. You can take the bitch seat on my bike completely naked.
Oh my God. I stiffened in his arms. The insane threat lit every nerve I had on fire. He couldn't possibly be serious. Could he? Between the panic, my pussy gushed, lost in the heat wave of anger and filthy desire smashing together. His threat scared me, aroused me, and tempted me all at once. I was still trying to decide whether to slap his face and see if he'd make good on it when his hand caught the back of my jeans and pulled. Cool wind kissed my bare cheeks. His eyebrows shot up. I drank in the surprise on his face and grinned.
No fucking panties? Shit.
Told you, I'm full of surprises. You haven't gotten me figured out yet, Joker. A low growl began building in his throat. I'd heard it a couple dozen times by now, and I loved it every single time. I braced myself, ready to be thrown down on the ground while he tore at my clothes, hurled into a desperate heat to fuck me senseless. But a loud ringing went off next to us. I gasped. My heart leaped into my throat, and for a bitter second, I thought we'd really been caught by the people who lived here. No, it was something else. His phone. He carefully set me back on the ground. I reached for my pants, pulling them up while he turned his back, staring at the phone he'd jerked from his pocket.
What the fuck? Grandpa's number? Joker muttered.
He tapped a key and held it up to his ear.
Grandpa, what's up?
I leaned in. There was nothing but static on the other end, a faint crackling that didn't resemble voices. White noise, vague and shilling. After another few seconds, he killed the call and redialed. My brow furrowed as I wrapped both my hands around his, listening in, hoping it was nothing so we could get back to the filthy, crazy things we were about to do. Somehow, my heart knew it wouldn't be so simple. I had that sinking feeling deep in my stomach, the kind I'd got when Mama brushed off her sickness like no big deal, even when she couldn't keep down toast and water.
Fuck, we have to go, Joker said finally,
pushing his fingers through mine.
Ain't like him to call when he knows I'm out. Never heard his line acting up like this. Something's up.
Let me come with, Joker, I said. I'd been itching for a chance to get closer to his family, to test where we were going. I'll stay outside if anything's up. Promise. Smiling, I crossed my heart. He hesitated for a few seconds, but finally nodded.
All right, let's fucking go.
We flew down the highway leading back into Seddon. His grandpa had a cozy little house on the outskirts of town. Soon we were parked outside it. A faint light was on in the window. Joker's body hardened underneath my hands when we pulled up, and I saw him looking at his brother's bike, parked next to the old man's truck. He killed the engine and we listened quietly to insects droning in the night. Tucking my helmet into the storage compartment, I stood there next to him, eyeballing the mad tension souring his face. He inhaled deeply several times, turning his head. Jackson, what is it?
Smoke. Somebody's been roasting the shit out of something in the fire pit.
He took off toward the small ring of stones at the side of the house. I ran after him, putting my arm over my mouth so I wouldn't cough. The stink of something strange and sickly hung in the air. I'd barely noticed it at first, but now that I was closer, it was withering. I found him at the fire pit's edge, crouched on the ground. He held a long stick in his hand, and the burned tatters of something leathery hung at the end. What is that? I asked nervously, hesitating to put my hand on his shoulder. Nothing good, he whispered, squinting at the thing on the stick.
Looks like somebody's fucking cut's been burned out here. Can't make out the damned colors.
No kidding. The leather vest barely resembled anything now, looking a lot like a skinned animal singed to a crisp. He shook it off and kicked off the grill sitting over the fire, pushing his stick through the ash and debris. It looked like there were rocks mixed in with the coals and cloudy ash. Bone-white rocks, covered in scorch marks. Bone. I trembled. No, it couldn't be human. Jackson? I looked at him intently, clutching his sleeve. He pressed a finger against his lips, flashing me a sharp look. My eyes went wide when I saw his free hand pulling his gun from its holster.
Quiet, babe. Some serious shit's been going down. You wait here back behind the tree.
He stopped and pointed to the large trunk several steps away.
Grandpa doesn't go to sleep so fucking early, and neither does Peace. Sure as fuck don't come out here to grill after dark, except when Peace is looking for a midnight snack. And the shit in here ain't anybody's dinner. It's too quiet. Too fucked up. Hang tight, I'm going in alone. You hear anybody else moving out here, you scream and I'll come running.
I wanted to cry out, but I didn't dare. My heart pulsed frantically in my chest. For the first time since we'd shown up here, I knew we were in real danger, something I wasn't ready to handle. I hung back behind the big tree out front, obeying him word for word, my hand on my pocket. First sign of trouble, I'd call the police.
Depending on the biker code to handle whatever was happening out here wasn't going to do. I couldn't let anybody else get hurt. God. Swallowing a lump in my throat, I let the evil possibilities wash over me. There'd been so many rumors about the dead hands moving into town, the rival motorcycle gang that had eaten up most of Georgia. What if they'd found out about Joker and his brother? What if they were here? Just relax, breathe, I told myself. Up in the sky, the big moon glowed, still holding a little of its blood-red tinge from the eclipse earlier this evening. The first gunshot exploded inside the house a second later. I jumped at the sound, hugging the tree for support. 2 more loud bangs echoed through the night, one after another. My fingers shook as I pulled out my phone, desperately trying to get it up to my face so I could dial. The last few drops of blood in my body that weren't already glacial became ice when I saw the dark, lifeless screen. Shit! I cursed myself, remembering that it had been low on charge at work. I'd fucking forgotten to plug it in. Stuffing it back into my pocket, I peeked around the tree, staring at the house. If there was any sane way out of this, I'd find it inside, however hellish it might be. I had to move. I had to find him. Walking into the house made me feel disembodied. I hadn't had that sensation since Mama's funeral, the one where it seems like a woman's soul is going to leave her body forever, and there's nothing she can do about it. The screen door creaked loudly in my hands, making me silently curse the whole evil situation one more time. As soon as I was in, I heard a slapping sound. Someone banged on something soft, like the way I remembered Mama slapping bread dough. "Joker," I whispered, creeping around the corner. There wasn't much to the place, just 2 tiny rooms, a kitchen, and a main living area. Someone had left a blanket and several empty beer bottles on the floor next to the couch. I carefully avoided tripping on them and pressed forward, perking my ears up again, listening for anything. I heard him when I was near the first little room, Joker's voice sputtering in a harsh whisper. Desperate, horrified, enraged. "Grandpa, come on, come the fuck on!" Fingers trembling, I gripped the edge of the door and pushed it open. First thing I noticed was the broken glass all over the place. Someone had shot out the window, probably the gunshots I'd heard. Joker leaned on the floor, bent over the old man, frantically pumping his granddad's chest. I was about to drop down and help when I noticed the strange round object perched on the bed. At first it looked like a pumpkin in the shadowy darkness, but it was only July. Jack-o'-lanterns weren't close to being in season yet. Pushing the door just a little more so I could get light into the room, the shadows moved. Then I saw the detached face staring at me from the bed. Joker's face, missing his brilliant hazel eyes. They'd been plucked from his head, leaving 2 neat spider webs of blood curling down his sunken cheeks. Both my hands went straight to my mouth. I tried not to hyperventilate as I realized I was looking at Freddy's severed head, ripped from his body, mutilated in their own house. Beneath me, the old man sputtered, gasping for breath, finally alive again. "Fuck, fuck, fuck, fuck! Thank Christ!" Joker groaned. The next few seconds happened in slow motion, like some kind of horror movie. He stood shaking as he got up on his knees, his phone in one hand. He looked at his twin brother's severed head on the bed, and then turned to me slowly, wiping away the hot, brutal tear rolling down his cheek. "Joker, Jackson." I tried to say more than just his name, the only 2 I knew him by, but the words wouldn't come. What the hell do you say to a man who's just lost everything? What the fuck could I possibly say that would mean anything? "Get out," he growled, stepping toward me until I backed away, filling the empty doorway with his huge body. Old friends coming to take you home.
No, let me stay, I want to help, I thought. But my tongue was completely stiff when I tried to speak, my mouth hanging open like a total fool. Joker.
Do not fucking argue. You heard me, he said.
His warm, cocky voice turned into a killer's eyes.
This ain't for you, babe. You don't belong here. You never did.
Those cracks in my heart deepened, split, shattered. Dashing out the door, I held in a scream, feeling the sharp pieces of my own heart clattering against my ribs, tearing me in two. The rest of the night passed in a stupor. Somehow I forced myself onto the porch where I sat there and waited. Eventually, an old truck pulled up, and an older man wearing a military hat waved. He asked me where I lived. I told him. Those were the only words we exchanged until he was at my door.
Out,
he said, reaching past me to pop the door. I turned, giving the asshole the dirtiest look I had. Really? After all that, you fucking tell me to...
You've got 10 seconds, doll, before I shove you out that door and take off. I don't ask the questions. Just do favors when the club asks me. If you've got any sense in your pretty little head, you'll do the same.
He looked at me, his eyes dark and angry, like I was the biggest chore he'd ever had.
Go home, and don't you ever tell anybody what the fuck happened out there tonight.
He had me. He won. I couldn't deal with this shit. Not after what I'd seen, death and destruction, the love draining from the face of the man I'd started to believe in. I didn't walk. I ran all the way to my doorstep, jamming the keys in so hard I nearly snapped them in the locks. Bed was my only sanctuary. My face hit the pillows as soon as I was home. I buried it there, drowning in my tears, hoping they'd pull me completely under so I'd never have to wake up. When I did, it was going to be one long nightmare. Oh, if only that hell was the end of it. I had no idea how terrible things were about to get. Present day. 3 years this week. 3 blinding, painful, monstrous years. It seemed like it passed in the blink of an eye. The days I cried for him, too scared to go anywhere near his grandfather's house. All the rumors I heard at work about the murder, the decapitation, the worst crime this town suffered for generations. People talked about how they'd been scared shitless, but I also heard the relief in their voices after a few weeks, when they knew the crime was too big to bring any outlaws back to Seddon anytime soon. And they were still talking, gossiping, holding their children a little tighter each night when I started to get sick. Really sick. Every damned morning. It took me a full week before I could manage to sit down with a pregnancy test and prove what my body already knew. It only took a day after I saw that neon pink line staring me in the face to decide what I'd do. I had to keep it. This baby was a miracle grown in darkness, and he deserved a chance to fight, no different from me or Joker. Joker, Jackson, the devil and the Adonis stuffed into one mortal man, now somewhere very far away, shattered in his grief. I didn't know if he was alive or dead. As much as my heart cared, my head didn't. Not anymore. It took all my energy to keep myself from getting in my car and driving up to Knoxville. I know it wouldn't be hard to find him if I did, somewhere at the Pistols Clubhouse. I thought about it 1,000 times, how I'd break the news and plead with him to come home, or at least give me a space here so we could start a life together with our child. But he wasn't Joker anymore. He wasn't the man who'd swept me off my feet and carried this town on the Taylor's strongman reputation. The man who'd looked at me, spoken to me, and forced me out of that cursed house was someone else. Someone I'd never let myself truly recognize. His eyes were so vacant, his voice so cruel, dead to the world and to me. It was like he'd lost his soul in the hot tear I'd seen rolling down his cheek. Our love had gone with it. A man this broken couldn't be my lover, and he damned sure wasn't going to be a father to my son or daughter. It wasn't just Peace who'd been killed and buried that night. Joker, the man I'd begun to love, was dead. So were the pieces of my ruined heart, driven into the ground for good, one shard at a time. All we had left was our suffering, both of us alone, condemned to our private hell. I didn't have to think hard to imagine what he'd become. No man who wore the patch let something like this go lightly. He'd be hell-bent on revenge. He'd be reckless. He'd live for nothing besides blood, until he got back at the men who killed Freddy, or they killed him too. All the reasons I didn't dare put myself and the baby between him and the monsters who'd consume him every waking minute. I had to live my own life, had to raise my son, just had to forget the man who'd helped me create him. That's exactly what I did for 3 numb, lonely years. I was standing over Alex, still staring into the building's parking lot, when I heard the knock at the door. My hand went to my chest, soothing my ferocious heartbeat. Jesus, who the hell could it be pounding away at this hour? I checked to make sure the sound hadn't disturbed my baby too much. No, he laid there quietly, sleepy and peaceful as ever. Thankful for small favors, I moved out into the hall, my feet growing heavier with each step toward the door. The bolt had fallen off the shoddy lock about 6 months ago. Now I really wished I'd bothered to replace it, especially when I cracked it open just enough to see the huge dark silhouette standing there. Yeah? Can I help you, sir? He didn't answer with words. I was too stunned to scream when he shoved the door hard, slamming me into the wall. The door crashed against my shoulder and I fell over, bracing myself against the TV stand. I was quick, but he was faster. The bastard wrestled me to the ground like nothing, his hand flying across my mouth as he kicked the door shut behind him. It slammed like a bullet. I heard Alex, startled awake, crying over the insane thud of my heart, pounding my ears deaf.
Listen to me and listen fucking good, Dolly. This is the way it's all going down, and you don't got a choice. You scream, I got you here on the floor. You start crying, maybe I knock you the fuck out and head straight for your kid's room. You're gonna lay there like a good girl, look at me and keep your damned mouth shut. It's easy, long as you don't do nothing stupid, you follow?
I did. He just threatened the only thing I cared about. My fear turned into a supernatural calm, the kind of person probably has in the wild when they're being stalked by a lion.
Good. Fucking knew it wouldn't be real hard to drill it through your skull.
He let me go and stood up straight. I got a good look at him for the first time. Even though it was dark, I could see the patches. Dead Hands MC Georgia President. A huge severed gray hand was stitched on his side, identical to the one he had on his back. Red was all over his cut, like thick spatters of blood sewn into his leather, and so was a half-skinned cartoon skull with one eye hanging out. He didn't look like much. Hair slicked back on his ponytail, a couple scars on his face, nothing I hadn't seen before in Uncle Robbie's old bar. Except for his eyes. One blue, one green, both more sinister than anything I'd ever seen. He was big, mean, brutal in every breath and every movement, a smug smile hiding behind his salt and pepper beard as he thumbed his switchblade.
Let's talk business, doll. What I'm looking for is easier than a pig rolling in shit, and we could be best friends if you do me a solid.
I put my hands on my knees, bracing myself, listening very closely without saying a word to this demon. I would have killed him if I thought I had a chance. He had to know that. It only made him smile wider as he slowly crouched, until his face was dead center with mine. "Name's Hatch. You don't know me, Summer Olivers, but I know you very fucking well. I know everything about anybody I want in this state, right down to the times they piss and fuck. My club's got eyes and ears fucking everywhere. You fuck up, you get a laser crawling across your tits. Only warning you get before a bullet blows through your heart. Or maybe you come home to find your brother's head hacked off and laying gutted on your bed, smiling from the holes where his eyes used to be." The asshole trailed off. My heartbeat quickened, taken back to that night when Freddy, Joker, and my last chance at a normal life died. Murdered. Killed by this animal staring at me like a tiger, hungry, taunting, and merciless. "What?" I whispered. "How could you—" "Don't play dumb. I know you were there, bitch, and so was that old man rotting away in a nursing home. So was your old boyfriend Joker, now the Deadly Pistols Veep. He's moved up in this old world and left you in the fucking dust by the looks of it." God damn, he was good, ripping open old wounds and rubbing salt in deep. I kept my eyes glued to his, trying not to shake, not to cry, not to open up any weaknesses that would risk my Alex. "Ah, come on, keep the waterworks off. I ain't here to patch up shit between fuck buddies. I'm here because you're bait." The only thing I'd ever hated more than this man was the single ruthless tear that finally escaped rolling down my cheek. He reached out, catching it on his fingertip, staring at it like a bug he'd just caught. My stomach turned when he raised a finger to his mouth, making a show out of licking it off. Fuck, that's good. Makes me want to do all the shit I came in here squawking about. Especially with Betty G being so goddamned fucking hungry tonight. He held up his switchblade, shifting his fingers to the side so I could see the name scrawled on it in a cursive script. Betty G. Jesus. He was talking about his fucking knife like a person. Psychopath confirmed. My eyes were bigger than the saucers stacked in my cabinet, just several feet away. If he took a step toward Alex's room, I'd have to make a run for it. I'd run, fling the cabinet open, or pull one of the knives from the block, whichever seemed easiest. Shit, little mama, don't worry your pretty head. I ain't here to fuck with you and the kiddo unless you say no to anything I tell you. That doll is a very, very, very fucking serious offense. Smiling, he stood up, running the finger that had been in his mouth across the edge of the blade. He winced, exaggerating his pain. Ouch! Betty's been sharpened up. Bitch almost cut me, and I can't have her making me bleed all over your carpet. Why? I whispered, hearing my own voice from 100 feet away. Why are you here? I haven't seen or spoken to Joker for years. You have to know that's true. I couldn't take him toying with me a minute longer. Yeah, and thank fuck for that, Summer. He won't see you coming till you're right on his doorstep, shoving his kid in his face. He'll trust you, he'll open up, and that's when you'll find out every fucking thing I want to know about his club and feed it back to me, straight down the pipe. It all made sense now, and I wish to holy God it didn't. Don't. Please, I said, shaking my head, feeling more brutal tears rolling down my cheeks. I'm not a spy. I just want to be left alone. He looked at me for a long second, his face turning white. Then he tipped his rough head back and laughed, so loud he made Alex cry harder in the other room.
Okay. Hatch shrugged. Have it your way. I'll kill the kid first and throw your worthless fucking carcass on top of his.
I lunged, wrapping my arms around his boot before he could even take one step toward my baby's room. Alex screamed, bawling louder in the other room as if he could sense the evil coming. No, please. I didn't mean it that way. I'll do anything you say, anything, just please. Don't go in there. Hatch stopped, his boot halfway raised above my fingers. He looked down at me.
Give me your fucking phone, right now.
I looked around, moving my shaking hand down to my pajama pocket. I pulled it out and handed it to him. His nasty face got nastier, twisting into a sadistic smirk as he hurled it against the wall so hard I heard it splinter. It left a dent in the wall, going out with a flash before the pieces bounced on the carpet.
Here's your new one,
he said, stuffing a newer, crappier flip phone into my hand.
You use that shit to check in with the only number on it. You see it ring, you drop whatever the fuck you're doing and fucking answer. Even little Alex. Understood?
Yes, I said, nodding painfully. Yes, somehow, some way, I'm going to fucking kill you, I thought to myself.
Awesome. You're pretty smart for a bitch without a man, he growled, turning around. You leave tomorrow for Knoxville. We'll tell you the place you're staying when we hear you're on the road, and then you'll get the orders I know you're waiting for with bated fucking breath.
Okay, I understand, I said, each word drying my throat like a desert.
No, that's the shitty part, Summer. I don't think you do.
He looked at me as I blinked in confusion, his mismatched eyes shining.
I want to walk out that door, get on my bike, and fucking leave you with your brat. You just stay on the floor for the next hour before you start cleaning up the mess.
I stared at him dumbly as he gazed straight through me.
This is the part where I get to have some fun and show you how fucking serious this is, so you don't do anything stupid.
There wasn't any time to wonder what the hell he was talking about. His hand struck the side of my face like a head-on collision. I blacked out before I even hit the floor.
4. Down and Dirty. Joker. Sometimes I thought about what a fucking idiot I used to be. Thought about that night I lost peace, my grandpa lost his freedom, and I left behind the shithole town that had the only woman I ever gave a shit about fucking more than once. Those thoughts drove me to the range, or else the closest bottle of good Tennessee brown honey. Today was one of those fucking days. I just got out of church listening to Prez yammering about the latest big plans. Bingo was on his leash. Had to hold him tight to keep him from galloping around like a tornado when he felt the wind brush his face. The big hairy Irish wolfhound licked my face when I leaned down to put him on his chain. Damn dog loved to run all the fuck over, and we normally let him, but not anywhere the brothers were shooting their guns. Good boy, I growled, reaching into my pack for a fresh bone. He barked excitedly as I tossed it on the ground in front of him, watching as he dug into it, happier than any creature had any right to be from something so fucking simple. If I could still smile, that shit would have done it. Didn't take much to please a dog, long as he was fed, stroked, and walked. Took a lot more to please a man. Took even more to undo the bad shit, and good fucking luck ever wiping out the truly awful, tragic stain on a man's soul. I hadn't figured out how. All I had was a release valve for the blinding rage out here. Soon as my 9 was in my hands, that demon energy flowed out of me, bit by bit. Flamed out in each and every bullet I fired at the worn wooden targets and weather mannequins we used for practice. Taking aim at a half-cracked face peeking out from some old boards, I fired, missed, gritted my teeth till they almost fucking broke, and tried again. Had to kill these venom thoughts, one shot at a time. One bullet for the good times in Seddon, at Robbie's old bar. Places and people as done as this plastic motherfucker was about to be. One more for the 6 sorry fucks who still owed a blood debt to me. They'd ripped apart the only fucking family I'd ever had, killed my twin brother and burned him in a barbecue pit. Put the old man in a place where he couldn't take a fucking piss without some nosy cocksucker leaning over his shoulder. Pulled the trigger again for summertime. Whatever the fuck I'd said to her that night when I was blind to everything except raw bloodlust, revenge, and hate, it worked. The dummy's head exploded into 1,000 pieces on the 3rd try. I grunted to myself, satisfied, knowing it'd be at least 10 minutes before the urge to kill swept over me like a fresh tidal wave. Those evil words stayed with me, even after I stuffed my gun in its holster and watched the dog chewing his bony treat to a mess. Evil or not, they'd done their job. They'd kept her the fuck away. They'd saved me from the demons for a few more hours. Only goddamn thing I ever asked for. I'd been out of my fucking mind to think I could ever bring a girl like her into this sick, toxic life. Sure as shit wouldn't pull her deeper, drowning her, painting her goddamn target on her back like Freddie and Grandpa or all the other boys in this club and their old ladies. Fuck the past. Fuck it all. "Bingo, you big damn badass," a voice growled. I looked up to see Firefly standing there, our big enforcer, a new rifle hanging over his shoulder, leaning down to pat my dog on the head while he snarled into his bone. "Leave him be. He's chewing his heart out." Firefly smiled. "Don't take much, does it? I'll bring him a new one next week. Whole fucking club might as well get its jollies in before the prez takes us to the grinder." Drawing my switchblade, I stiffened up, standing over a stump with a spare sharpener we used to keep our shit stabby. "He ain't taking us anywhere, brother. It's the goddamn dead screaming for blood." "Can't argue. Won't be easy, though. Some of our boys got a good chance of getting shot to shit on this run. Dead's got the numbers. We got the brains, the balls, and bigger fucking bullets. Only question is if it'll be enough." I snorted, ripping the sharpener up and sliding my knife through it. "You're going soft like Skinny Boy, Firefly. Ever since you married that chick and knocked her up, you're talking like you're afraid." "Afraid? No." I could practically hear the steam hissing out of his mouth. "Fuck yeah, family changes a man. I'm gonna have a kid hanging on my arm in 5 or 6 months. I ain't going back on anything the prez orders, and neither is Skin, because both of us have got a fuck lot more to fight for here than you do." My eyes tried to dig a hole through his skull. He didn't have a fucking clue. Firefly and Skin, they'd go off like bombs for their women, their kids, putting the patch last. For me, these colors came first, second, and third, equal partner to the bloodlust boiling me alive for over 3 fucking years. None of these brothers knew what really happened to Peace. They didn't know about the blood oath Prez promised me the night I reported in, didn't know he'd told me to keep it quiet because we didn't have the strength to fight like we needed to in those days. Dust slapped his big arms around me, pulled me close that night, promising me we'd rip the throats out of those sorry fuckers who'd done my brother one day, when the time was finally right. Prez got me drunk, held me back, stopped me from going deep into Georgia on a suicide run with nothing but my gun, a pack of grenades, and enough rage to blast myself to kingdom come. Would have done it, too. Would have driven into the Dead's clubhouse and blown myself up like something out of the shit overseas. Firefly's rifle cracked. I blinked. We'd stopped talking. I slid my knife against the stone hard and fast, thinking about skinning the fuck out of every sick motherfucker I could find who wore the bloody hand on their cut. His shot went straight through the boards, hiding the dummy whose head I'd taken off, and kept going. The mannequin's body joined its head in 1,000,000 pieces, shattered beyond redemption. God damn, this baby's got a kick. Hell of a scope, too, he said, more to himself than me. Haven't had this kind of firepower in my hands since the army days. That's one big fucking check mark in our column, I said. Quit worrying so much about the op. We're gonna kick their asses so hard into the ocean the grizzlies will be on their damn knees begging for our roots. Haven't ever let death stop us before, and we're not gonna start. Brother, I'm telling you, you've got it all wrong. Ain't death I'm worried about. He looked up, anger in his big blue eyes. It's my wife and kid coming up without me that's making me stand here and practice the shit out of this gun till I've got it right. It's a motivator, not a damn detriment. Whatever. We'll see about that. My fingers began burning. I had to test my knife. Firefly's mad eyes stayed on me the whole time as I laid my hand against my tree bark, taking the freshly sharpened blade in the other. I started stabbing that fucker right between my fingers like a jackhammer. All the brothers winced when I did it, turned their stomachs, expecting me to lose a finger or two every time. Fucking pussies, all of them. They thought I was out of my damn mind. Maybe I was, ever since that night when the lights went out forever. My blade stabbed faster, faster, dangerously close to carving off one of my digits, closer on the next thrust. Fucked up as this shit was, it always took the edge off. Reminded me how close death and dismemberment lurked every day wearing this patch. Reminded me to be fearless, hard as stone, ready to do whatever it took to keep my Veep patch, and mean it. Reminded me that giving yourself something to lose was fucking stupid. With two brothers going soft thanks to their girls or babies on the way, it'd be up to me to pick up the slack, to charge in and cut every throat we needed to, without any second guessing. Some of those sick bastards probably had old ladies and kids too. That family shit would make them hesitate, and it'd be fatal when my knife went through their throats before they put theirs through mine. Firefly sat on a log cleaning his gun when my fingers finally cramped up and gave out. I dropped the knife, letting it clatter against my boot. Picked up some mud when I reached down to grab it and wiped it on my thigh, feeling a little hate streaming out of my body. Wish there were a whole lot more going with it, but fuck if I hadn't stopped wishing long ago. Bingo started barking just then. He dropped his bone, causing it to roll down the small incline, just out of reach from the spot where he was straining on his chain. Shit, hold up, boy. I looked down, noticing how the fucking thing had gotten lodged in that little pit we used to hide our spare guns. Not an easy climb. I got down on one knee and slid, turning to see Firefly standing by my dog at the last second. I lost my grip somewhere along the way and fell 3 feet, smack in the mud right on my ass. Overhead, Firefly and 60 looked down at me, laughing their asses off. You need a rope down there, bro? Fucking shit. 60's crap didn't deserve a response, so I reached into the muck, digging around the cold metal box to see where that damned bone had gone. Took a solid minute for my hand to come up with that chewed-up, dirty, mottled white stick. That was when the wrecking ball crashed through my brain. I toppled back against the wall, twitching like a current went through me. My eyes weren't seeing the club's spider holes anymore. Instead, I saw the hell in Grandpa's fire pit 3 goddamned years ago. My brother's bones, what was left of his scorched cut. They'd burned him, bones and all, incinerating his leather, his clothes, his flesh, his whole fucking body. Everything except the head I'd found next to Grandpa, who was barely breathing after his heart attack. They'd ripped out his fucking eyes. My eyes, the same hazel set we shared as twins. That sick, soulless grin from my own flesh and blood haunted me, stalked me like a demon through time and space, always sideswiping me like this during the most mundane bullshit. Damn. I I quietly cursed the shit out of everything now, swinging the bone, holding my muddy face up to the sky and screaming. "Joker, fuck's sake!" Firefly's booming voice cut through the nightmare. "Get a damn rope. We're coming down for him." "No," I snarled, shaking my head. Holding the bone between my teeth, no different than my dog, I pushed my fingers deep into the muddy walls of the pit where I could find the wooden boards. They were rotten and dirty, but they held a man up. I climbed through the slippery shit with brute force, one push at a time, hauling myself over the ledge about 2 minutes later. I ignored the hands my brothers held out. The bone plopped out of my mouth and the big dog started growling, staring at me all covered in mud. "Shit, Veep, you okay?" Firefly asked, shaking his head. "We've got to get a fucking gate around that thing," I said, standing, shaking off the muck, clinging to my jeans. Picking up the bone, I carried it over to my dog and took him off his chain. He plucked it up in his mouth as we made our way through the clubhouse, heading for my room. Time to go. I dropped Bingo off and then hit the showers, blast all this crap away before I hit the bottle, or my bike. Didn't know about the order just yet. Shit, maybe I'd ride into town, check out the new skin shop, the Ruby Heel. The girls there were easy, desperate to suck the cock of any man wearing this patch. Probably thought it'd bring them more money than what they got in tips at our joint. Or maybe they just got wet for any man with a bike, a cut, and a dick between his legs that could fuck them to high heaven. I stopped by the sink near the back, jerking the bone out of the wolfhound's mouth one more time. Rinsed that shit off before I gave it back to him, stroking his head. "Savor the fucking flavor, Wolfie. Took a little detour through hell to bring it home. You're welcome." He looked up, wagging his tail. Bingo whined through his clenched teeth, snug around the bone. We walked into my room and I left him by his bed, gently closing the door behind me. Skin stood at the end of the hall, looking at me like he'd just seen a ghost. "Christ, Veep, what the fuck happened to you?" "Just a spill," I said, wondering why the fuck the universe was conspiring to keep me dirty. "What's your deal?" "You've got a visitor." His smile jerked up, following the scar across his cheek, and I sure as hell didn't like it. "Visitor?" "Yeah, some chick showed up at our gate and called your name. Lion and Tin were gonna chase her away till she insisted she knows you." "Better be Honeybee," I growled, thinking about the skinny little stripper with the sweet ass I'd fucked 3 times the other night. "Definitely isn't Honeybee, brother. Meg's been busy telling her your bad news." Stopped myself just short of telling his old lady to fuck off. Woman had no business telling her girls who they could and couldn't fuck in this club. Would have said we'd fucked up making her lead manager at the strip joint, but she had the business end down better than any of us. Besides, I really didn't need a fucking fight when I was still dripping mud on the floor. "Fuck me, Veep. You got your hands full," Skin said, his eyes following a clump of mud sliding off my jeans to the floor. "You want me to tell the boys to send her away?" "Nah, I'll do it myself. Jettison whoever the fuck she is so I can clean up." I walked past him, and Skinny Boy shrugged, careful to sidestep so I didn't brush my muck on him. Rage nipped at the back of my brain. Fuck, why today? Why now with these damn disruptions? Wanted nothing better than to hunker down in a nice hot shower before I decided to figure out how I'd unfuck my head tonight with the usual distractions. Lion and Tin nodded at me in the garages. They still manned the gates most of the time, even though we'd made 'em full patch a couple months ago. Both the wounds they'd taken in our dust-up with the torches MC, healing nicely. "She's out here, Veep," Tin said, pointing to the shitty rusted blue hatchback sitting by the gate. I marched right past them, already muttering under my breath. What the fuck was this? Who was it? Why hadn't the bitch been smart enough to walk the fuck away after we'd finished? Every girl in the county ought to know by now I didn't touch the same pussy twice unless it was fucking amazing, and it damn sure never went beyond that. When I saw the little honey step out behind the car with her long black hair rolling across her shoulders, my dick twitched. She held her face to the side, and I forgot all about Honey Bee and the other bitches at the heel, wondering if I'd found my fuck for the night without having to leave the clubhouse. Shit. Whoever the fuck she was, maybe I'd be giving her another ride on my bullet after all. Then she looked at me, full frontal, and my blood turned to ice. Summer fucking Olivers. Like a ghost who'd reached through the past, caught me by the throat and slammed me against the pavement with the force of 1,000 suns. "Hi," she said softly, just husky enough to ring my ears, like I needed another shot through the heart.
Holy shit. What happened to you?"
I stepped up to her, my jaw clenched, trying to stop my heart from tearing out my ribs and slapping her in the face. "What the fuck are you doing here, Summer?" Her face soured, causing her bottom lip to stick out. I remembered biting it. Fuck yeah, I did. Feeling its softness, the little curl it'd make beneath my tongue when she moaned, tensing for the hot air rushing out of her mouth. All the pleasure I swallowed, all the times I fucked her till she collapsed.
"I came to see you, Joker. It's been a while, but maybe this isn't a good time. Looks like you have your hands full. I can come back whenever it's better for you."
"Babe," I started and stopped. Balled my hands into fists for using that word. Fuck. Old habits never died easy. They died harder than most men. Her big green eyes widened. I shook my head, coming closer, making her back up so she wouldn't touch my muddy fucking chest. "Summer, ain't never a good time to see me. You ought to know. Get in your rusted out box and go the fuck home. Whatever you gotta say, I'm not hearing it." I kept moving, backed her straight into her car. She stood straight up, making herself a little taller, but she still fell at least a foot short of me. Those defiant little eyes I'd rolled into the back of her head those summer nights so long ago went off like firecrackers.
"I don't care,"
she said, defiant as ever.
"I've been thinking about the past. About us. You told me to back off after the horrible things that happened that night. I don't blame you, but I can't stay away forever, Jackson. I haven't forgotten. I tried. I can't. I can't forget you."
That shit struck deep, found its target somewhere deep inside me, and exploded. If it wasn't for the nervous tremor in her voice, I would have believed every word. Maybe I would have grabbed her, thrown her against my chest, and held her the way I'd started to when I took those trips to Seddon for more than club biz. Maybe I would have pushed my lips on hers, searching for the spark I'd smothered for 3 fucking years, trying to find out if I was still human. I didn't. Something about her voice was strange, off by half an octave, strained. Off. Something that stank like desperate bullshit.
"Jackson, please,"
she whined again, when I went too long without giving her an answer.
"I can't forget. I'm telling you."
"I can, Summertime." Pain crisscrossed her face like spiderwebs when I called her that name. "You want to use names you really shouldn't around here? And so will I." Her lips popped open, shocked and kissable as ever. I pushed my palm against her mouth, held her face, silencing her. "Go the fuck home, Summer. There's nothing here for you. The shit we had 3 summers ago, it's as dead as my poor fucking brother. So's the man you knew. Last warning you're gonna get."
"Joker. Jackson."
She looked at me intently, her bright green eyes going dark.
"God damn, why do you have to be so stubborn? Is it asking too much to just sit down and have a drink with me? We shared something once. Something beautiful. You're hurting, and so am I, ever since you left me alone that night. We can talk this out. We can catch up. Maybe we can find each other again.
No. Fuck no. I reached for her shoulders and pulled her in, pressed her against the muck caked all over me, ruining the shit out of that pretty little blouse covering up her body. First she gasped, then she squirmed while I held her, fighting me, whimpering in disbelief. No, we can't, I whispered. If she didn't understand what I said with words, then the dirt would make her. This woman had already taken a roll in the dirt with the bastard. She'd been lucky to walk away with nothing but bitter dirt rather than blood. Wasn't changing. Wasn't fucking letting her open me up, get back in my blood, and heat everything to 1,000 degrees till I did stupid, dangerous shit that could get her killed. Hell, maybe me and my brothers too. She fought with her hands, slapping my chest, trying to stop the muck from getting all over her. Too damn late. Her fight was easy. Mine. It was all on the inside. And it burned like a nuclear fire. Took everything I had to keep from cracking, to hold my fucking dick down as soon as I felt those perfect tits I'd had 12 times pressed up against me. Fuck, 12 times too many. I let go. Summer flew backward and banged against the car door when I pushed her away.
Fucking asshole! I drove all this way for this? What the hell is wrong with you?
You know damned well what, I snarled, giving her one last jagged look before I turned my back. Had to leave her. Let sleeping fucking dogs lie. Had to let her fade away one more time. Lion, 10, let the woman out. Make sure she never gets back inside these gates. The two new brothers looked at me. Had to be watching the whole ugly scene, even if they didn't know shit about it. You got it, Veep, 10 said, getting up from his bench. Both brothers disappeared behind me, heading out there to make sure the little girl I'd left behind never showed her face here again. Wouldn't let myself look back. No goddamn regrets. She had to stay buried, deep in old, evil, blood-soaked ground. Same as everything else, till it was time for the brothers to kill the bastards who'd murdered Freddie. Even then, nobody had the full picture. God willing, they never would. Nobody needed the fine details that ripped my fucking heart out. Nobody except the Prez. Dust did a noble lie for the club. For me. He told the boys my brother died in an accident. He dropped pure bullshit so we wouldn't go in hot and crazy, waging a blood war we couldn't hope to win just then. Someday, he promised. Someday was coming sooner, too. Soon as we ironed out how to hit the deads hard and win.
Fuck you! Take your hands off me! I'll go out the gate,
Summer screeched. I was almost to the club's door. I stopped with my hand on the handle. Don't turn around, asshole. Let her fucking go. For a second, I pinched my eyes shut, listening to her tires burn rubber as she tore through the open gate. After the mind fuck I'd given her, she'd never be back. She'd leave me to my hell, just the way it was meant to be. Before I could pop the door, Skin opened it, staring at me from the other side.
Already done out here? That was fast. Who the fuck was she?
Didn't say a damned word as I pushed past, shoving my muddy arm against his cut.
Oh, fuck!
His curse echoed after me, barking through the open bar as I continued down the hallway to the showers. I'd need a fuck of a lot more than hot water and good whiskey to wash away all the filth today.
5. Crash. Summer. Asshole! Asshole! Fucking asshole! I slammed my fist on the steering wheel again, adding one more muddy streak to the worn pink cover. I couldn't believe he'd turned me away like I was nothing. I couldn't believe I'd stood there and taken it, expecting a miracle, when I'd learned to stop believing in them years ago. I definitely couldn't believe he'd rubbed his filthy body against mine, caking me in dirt, forcing me to feel those hard edges all over him one more time, the ones I'd tried so hard to forget. For years, I'd wondered how much I'd hurt confronting him like this. Now I knew. It killed me, tore out my soul a second time, dashed it to tatters before my eyes. God damn him. My love had turned to hate. If it weren't for the monster holding the gun to my head, I wouldn't have come back. Ever. But that demon, Hatch, reminded me why I was here every few hours, pinging the phone he'd left me with a text or another nasty voicemail. He'd made himself deadly clear. It took a lot of makeup and even more aspirin to cover up the blow to my head. Then I'd gotten in my car and driven non-stop with Alex, stopping only for gas. We checked into the hotel this morning, where I fed him and let him nap, before finding the closest babysitter. If Hatch were a reasonable man, I would have moaned about how much this was taking out of my pocket. Naturally, I didn't say a word, fearing what would happen if I so much as asked for a penny. Everything was going down, down, down. My life, my bank account, my poor, sweet baby's future, handed off to strangers while I pleaded with a man who thought nothing about shredding my heart for the second time. I picked up Alex at the little daycare in town, ignoring the dumbfounded looks from all the women, wondering how I'd gotten smeared with mud. Then we headed back to our room, where I took a long, hot shower, ignoring the hunger pangs ripping at my stomach. Joker wouldn't leave my head. I couldn't get over the contrast, the change in the man I once knew. Where had he gone? He'd been replaced with a killer robot wearing his skin. His gorgeous hazel eyes didn't shine anymore. They just glowed like dull stones, dead and cold to everything they saw. That tragic night 3 years past killed both the Taylor boys. Just one less, literally. Joker walked the earth and rode his bike like a shell, lost to his humanity, his love, and me. Before he'd been a deadly angel with a beautiful soul underneath. Today he'd looked just as handsome as before, maybe more so with the extra edges and tiny scars the last 3 years had given him. But now there was nothing underneath except ugliness. Watching the last few bits of grime and soap disappear down the drain, I turned the nozzle, only to hear the damned phone I'd left in my jeans vibrating. Sighing, I stepped out of the shower and started toweling myself off while I reached for it.
Yeah? How'd it go, bitch? You were supposed to check in.
An evil chill swept up my spine. Hatch's voice had that effect. Just pure, vicious poison. My battered temple throbbed, remembering how he'd knocked me out cold. Not well, I said. There wasn't any point in lying. It's going to be tough to find out anything. He doesn't want to talk to me. There was a pause on the other end of the line. I could practically see his nasty, leathery face pausing to take a long drag on a cigarette. His mismatched eyes must have trembled with rage.
You're gonna do better, summer bummer, or you're gonna get your fucking guts hanging on a clothesline mixed with the kiddos. Quit fucking around. We're paying for your room, wasting the club's good money.
Fuck you, fuck your money, and fuck your club, I wanted to say. But I bit my tongue. Tasted blood. I'll try again. Give me another day or two. I'll find out where he goes, follow him, try to pin him down somewhere outside the clubhouse.
Yeah, he said calmly, you will. Because if you don't...
Hatch, please! I flattened my hand against the wall, propping myself up so I wouldn't pass out. I know what you'll do. I don't need another reminder.
Good, 'cause if you fuck us over, you little fucking skank, what's coming ain't just talk. It's blood. You've got 3 days to drain 'em dry before we drain your skin in the nearest ditch.
The line went dead. I closed the phone and angrily threw it down on my clothes, promising myself I wouldn't let him set off another chain reaction of ugly crying. I couldn't fight this hellish noose he'd slipped over me, but I could control my own reactions. Getting upset about his sickening threats wouldn't do anything to keep Alex safe. And that was the only reason I was here. After today, there was no other. Reason. Mama? Little Alex sat on my lap with some stupid kids show on the background, tugging at the bottle. Sorry, little man. Here you go. I helped put the tiny juice bottle up to his lips, watching while he took it. He sucked his sweet drink without a care in the world. For a second, I wished I'd brought along something a whole lot stronger for me to drink. But that wouldn't do me any favors either. You can't give up, I told myself quietly. Look at him. You're his mom, for Christ's sake. His everything. The only defense against these sick bastards he's got. My baby slurped the apple drink, staring up at me the whole time, his eyes as big and bright as his father's used to be. They were the same color. I wouldn't let that fire in his little eyes go out. I'd keep him safe, keep him alive, and I'd damned sure keep him happy. He was too young to see me killed over nothing, this biker nonsense. Leaning down, I kissed his head and thought about how I'd make good on the lofty promises in my heart. It didn't come to me until after midnight, when I sat awake in bed, watching him turn around in the tiny playpen I'd set up. Everybody was restless tonight. I wondered where Joker was and if he was just as upset in his own bed. Then I instantly covered my face, hating myself for thinking it. Today he'd ripped away any reason left to ever sympathize with him. Hell, I hoped he was suffering somewhere tonight, torturing himself for the way he treated me. Talk about wishful thinking. I shook my head, knowing I'd have another brutally early morning tomorrow. I had to be up and out near the clubhouse if I wanted a real chance to catch him. God help me, I would. There wasn't another option. I'd sell out the bastard who'd wiped his filth on me in a heartbeat. I'd do whatever it took to keep my son safe, even if it meant watching the monstrous killers threatening us put a bullet through his father instead. The next day, I had Alex at the daycare as soon as it opened, before I took off in my rusted-out car for the clubhouse. I parked just around the corner, careful to keep myself out of sight. Hopefully he'd taken the opposite road heading for the highway when he came out of there. If he came out, I meant. Nothing was guaranteed, but there wasn't a better option. I'd decided to risk the entire day scoping out the only place I knew for sure where he'd come and go. After 3 long hours in the car, I finally heard the motorcycle roar that got my hopes up. Shit, I swore to myself, watching the scruffy brother who'd let me through the gate yesterday roar out instead. 10 more minutes. I sulked, contemplating all the roads I could use to flee the South for my life if I couldn't get close to Joker again. Then there was another growl. I stiffened in my seat, inhaling a sharp breath as I saw the unmistakable outline of the big, bold man I'd once loved drive through the gate. He was in his truck this time, and I swore I saw a massive dog at his side, heading for the highway. My hand turned to the key in the ignition before I could think. I counted to about 10 and then took off. I hoped I'd be able to hang behind him close, but not so close he'd spot me and throw me off, or worse. It worked. My heart pounded a little harder with every mile, heading down the short stretch of highway to a new exit where he took a sharp turn. I almost lost it when he disappeared. Soon, I saw his truck turn into a nearby parking lot next to a squat building that looked like an old post office with flowers out front. I pulled into the gas station across the street, keeping my eyes on him. No, I hadn't been mistaken before. Joker went over to the passenger side and pulled out the biggest dog I'd ever seen on a leash. What the hell? Seeing the animal didn't compute. The cold, dead-eyed man who'd pushed me away didn't look like the type who had any room in his heart for a pet. I wondered if it could be a guard dog, but then, what was waiting inside the building if he felt like he needed to bring one along? Whatever, I had to find out. When I was sure he'd entered the building, I darted across the street, parking behind the building. Sterner Plus Retirement Home, I read on the sign. There wasn't time to stop and think about what that might mean. I grabbed my purse and headed inside, only to be stopped by a burly-looking old woman at the front desk.
"Visitor sign in, ma'am," she said. "Who are you here for?"
Crap. I hesitated, racking my brain for a name, the only reason I could think of why he'd be here. "Donald Taylor?" I said, grabbing the pen, scrawling my name and number before she could tell me there was nobody here by that name.
"Oh, of course, Mr. Taylor. It's about time he had somebody coming to see him besides his grandson."
Of course, I echoed in my head. I could have dropped to the floor with relief.
"Have you been here before?"
I shook my head, watching as she beamed and stepped away from the desk.
"Cheryl, take over while I show the girl around. Right this way, ma'am. He's probably hanging out in the commons like he usually does this time of day."
My knees grew heavier with every step I took, following her down the long egg-white corridor. I saw them sitting together as I rounded the corner. The lady smiled and pulled away, giving me a friendly squeeze on the shoulder. Honest to God, I needed it, knowing this was going to be the last peaceful minute of my life today. A shitstorm brewed ahead, and I was walking straight into it as soon as I came into their sight. No time like the present, I thought. Go. Forcing my way forward, I plastered the biggest, fakest smile I'd ever worn on my face. The old man saw me first, turning his head, muttering something about his hearing aids.
You heard me, boy? This damned place creeps and crawls with everything. I ain't gonna be able to hear shit if you don't move your ass and fix it for me. Grandpa, that's the 4th fucking time this year
Joker stopped. He froze as soon as he saw me coming. I didn't stop. The huge hairy gray dog laying on the floor must have sensed his master tensing up. He stood up and let out a loud bark, forcing Joker to look down. Rather than stand up and beam that hatred at me, he crouched on the floor to soothe the dog before it turned the nursing home into a total circus.
What the fuck you doing here?
He growled, running his hand over the beast's furry head. Oh, Joker, I knew I'd find you here. Visiting your grandpa, huh? I looked at the old man and winked. His weathered face pulled up in a smile, amused by my interruption.
Summer, you don't know shit. If you've got any sense in your head, you'll pack it in, turn the fuck around, and... What's gotten into you, boy? That's no way to greet a woman.
His grandfather snapped, turning his wheelchair toward me.
Sorry, we haven't met.
Hi, I'm Summer, I said sweetly, taking his hand. It's a privilege, Mr. Taylor. I don't think I ever met you straight up while you lived in Seddon. Just served your table a few times back at Robbie's bar. He was my uncle.
Shit on a shingle. You're a hometown girl.
He slowly turned to Joker, glaring the entire time.
Jesus, boy, what else you been hiding from me? I might be cooped up in this damned place, but I ain't pushing goddamned daisies yet.
I laughed. Genuinely. The old man had a lot of the Taylor twins in him. He had fire. Plenty of Alex, too, judging by the sharp hazel eyes that hadn't worn down a bit with age. Joker and I shared a look. Don't upset your grandpa. Follow my lead. Listen to me, I told him with my eyes.
Haven't been hiding nothing, Grandpa, he growled reluctantly. She's just an old friend. Didn't know she was in town till now.
No? I tried to come by the clubhouse the other day. Didn't your brothers deliver the message? I came closer, reaching down gently to stroke the big dog's muzzle, while Joker dodged the question. My, he's so big. What's his name?
Bingo! Grandpa Taylor yelled. Named him myself. Seeing this boy's the most excitement I got to look forward to all week outside the weekly games. Yeah, Grandpa, you picked a good one, Joker said.
His icy voice matched his eyes each time he looked at me.
So, why'd you come by? Could have waited for me at the clubhouse.
And keep an old friend waiting? I don't think so, Joker. I'm only in town for a little while. Gotta make the most out of every moment. The dog softened with both our hands on him. He tilted his massive head, opening his mouth to lick my hand. Through all the anger and anxiety eating me, I smiled. Grandpa looked up, pointing at me with his thumb.
I like her. You still live in Seddon? What's the old place like these days?
Oh, same old, I said, making light of how hard we'd been hit by the bad economy. For the next minute or two, I truly enjoyed making small talk with the old man, forgetting about the dagger I'd have to drive into Joker's back before long. My ex-lover sat there in silence, stroking his dog, his eyes boiling like angry seas whenever our eyes locked. I held his gaze, showing any weakness was going to be fatal.
You two were hanging around for all these years and you never said anything? Grandpa growled, turning to his grandson. I can't believe you.
She was before peace, he said darkly. The old man's anger melted. The air around us seemed to curdle, turning thick and toxic. I looked around desperately for a distraction. Hey, there's some soda and coffee. Can I bring you boys something?
Black coffee,
Grandpa Taylor said quietly. Joker? Gingerly, I reached out, trying not to feel horrible that I'd caused him to lay down his dead brother's name. I couldn't think about that night. Jesus, I couldn't forget why I was really here, what was on the line, all out of some sick, misplaced sympathy for a man who had none for me.
Water?
He growled, subtly shrugging me off by leaning down to fix his dog's collar. I nodded and stepped over to the long table, keeping my eyes perked up for their voices.
You don't gotta be so damned surly all the time, Jackson. She's come a long way to see you. Let's not dig into the past again. Ain't bringing him back, I heard the old man say. You think I don't know that?
Joker's voice was low, like thunder. Bingo let out a tiny whine as I turned around with a tray full of drinks, just in time to see Joker grab his grandfather's hand, pure death shining in his eyes.
Jackson, don't fucking call me that here, old man. I'm Joker till the job's done. Promised Freddy I'd kill the sick fucks who did him in, and I'm going to, real goddamned soon. I'm keeping my promises just like you wanted.
Grandpa Taylor tore his hand away from him, shaking a little when I put the tray on the table. It's all here, boys. Enjoy. I sipped my orange soda quietly, trying to make small talk about the dog, and failing the whole time. Grandpa, guzzling his coffee down without waiting for it to cool, told me the visit was nearing its end.
Okay,
he said, putting down his empty cup.
Think it's time I got some rest before the real bingo starts up tonight. Pleasure meeting you, Summer. Joker, wheel me back and take the lady out for a real drink. Life's too damned short to spend it not having any fun.
So much truth from the tough old man. Too bad I was in no position to take it to heart. Meet me out by the bench, I said to Joker. I'll be waiting. He nodded, wrapping the dog's leash around his hand while he pushed the old man. I watched the three of them head down the hall, finishing my soda before I collected the cups. Then I sat down at the bench and waited. I thought about what I'd say, bounced around a dozen openers. None of them left me feeling better. I had to let it happen. I couldn't let him walk away this time, or I'd be letting down Alex and myself. Time to make it or break it.
Tell me why the fuck you're really here, Joker growled, standing over my shoulder. Couldn't have made it fucking clearer after yesterday mucking up your shit.
Bingo stood at his side, his mouth open, breathing loudly, blissfully unaware. I stood up, looking him dead in the eye, clenching my purse. I came all the way from Georgia to talk, Joker. I'm not leaving until we do. Go ahead and push me down on the sidewalk if you have to. I'll get back up and I'll be at your doorstep again tomorrow.
He snorted. Fucking A, you really lost it, Summertime.
That name again. God damn, that name. It took everything I had not to break eye contact, my heart doing a full, painful loop in my chest, blurring past and present. I lost my best friend, I said, stepping toward him. Look, I know my odds. They're crap. But I'll die if I don't try to get him back.
You really want him back, babe? That's what you came all the fucking way from Seddon for? Why didn't you say so sooner?
He stepped closer, his voice softening. My heart leaped into my throat. We hadn't shared this closeness, this intensity, for 3 lonely summers. The way he looked at me took me back to those hot nights when we'd made Alex the son he didn't know he had. The bitter lump in my throat tightened. There couldn't be something there, shining in his eyes, right? And if there was, then why the fuck was I letting the dead hands use me to get to him in his club? I stuttered, completely lost for words, not knowing what I wanted anymore.
You don't know what the hell you want.
Joker put one hand against my cheek, tipped it up, thumbing the corner of my lips.
Don't fucking talk, baby girl. Hug her up. Let's see if there's anything left in this fucking chasm I used to call a heart.
His finger brushed aside. His mouth came down on mine, hot and rampant. Moaning, I melted into his tongue, twining mine with his for the first time in an eternity. This kiss devoured worlds. I forgot all about the brutal threats, the pain, the loss. For the next minute, there was nothing except Jackson and me. 2 lips, 2 tongues, 2 hearts. 1 pulse, the one and only synchronized rhythm pounding in his flesh. It didn't stop until Bingo brushed up against our legs, and then I looked down, smiling. This kiss was beautiful, and it was also very dangerous bullshit.
There, how was that?
He whispered softly, running his hand down my cheek, stopping at the end to clutch my chin. Just like old times, I said weakly, staring at him, one hand on his neck to hold me up, the other hung at my side, being gingerly licked by the giant wolfhound. What about you?
Nothing, he said. The spark in his eyes snuffed out, obliterating the magic.
What?
There's nothing here, Summertime. Absolutely fucking nothing. I tried.
He tugged on Bingo's leash and stepped away, pulling his cut flush against his chest.
For the last goddamn time, get your ass home. You're wasting your time here chasing a crush that's never coming back. You show your face around my grandpa's place or the clubhouse again. I'll make sure a couple prospects give you a ride back to Georgia.
I stood there like a dumb statue about to fall, watching the whole time as he walked to his truck without looking back. He put the dog in the passenger seat, got in and took off, driving right past me without even turning his head. Bastard, I whispered, balling up my fists, fighting the hot tears. A chubby middle-aged couple came close, staring intently, one more humiliation I didn't need. I'd been a complete fool for the second time since I'd shown up here. And yet again, I'd failed to make any progress getting closer to whatever Hatch wanted. I'd put my life and my son's one step closer to a horrific end. Jackson Taylor, go to hell, I whispered, taking long, angry strides toward my car. I promised myself I wouldn't feel guilty about putting him there anymore if it kept us safe. Now, if only I could figure out how the hell to do it. Brrr! Alex sat in the corner at our hotel room later that evening, playing with a couple toy planes I'd brought along on the trip. I smiled feebly at him, trying to enjoy the little things. At least he was happy. If only that meant something. With a sword hanging over our heads, even my son's little laugh and vroom vroom noises couldn't cheer me up. My phone buzzed a second later. I picked it up and sighed, wondering how badly he'd torment me tonight, stepping into the bathroom so Alex wouldn't have to see the horror on my face.
How'd it go today, bitch? You suck him off yet or what?
No, I'll try again tomorrow.
Try? Fucking try?
Each word hit my eardrum, more explosive than the last. I held the phone away from my ear.
Jesus fucking Christ, woman. You're even dumber than I thought. Sure wish that son of a bitch picked a smarter cunt to fuck all those years ago. Some bitch with a bigger fire under her ass over the fact that, fuck, her own fucking son is gonna die in front of her.
Please, Hatch, you don't understand. It isn't as easy as you...
Shut up. From where I'm sitting, you're the stupid fucking slut who ain't hearing me. Let's try this again.
No, 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 I mouthed, shaking my head. You've tortured me enough. This isn't making it any easier, you bastard.
You fuck me over and you waste my club's money, then you and your kid are dead. Dead fucking awful. Carcasses will drag out into the woods and feed to the bugs.
No more. I flung the phone away from my face and cut him off, ending the call, slamming it down on the counter next to the sink. He must have called back at least 5 times while I sat at the edge of the tub, hands over my face, trying to think of some way out of this maze from hell. This was hopeless. There wasn't truly a chance at ever satisfying this demon out for blood. Come tomorrow, hell, maybe later tonight, I'd take my chances on the open road. I'd flee until we were several states over, turn ourselves into the police there, and hope that taking down the dead hands was a big enough deal to get us into the best witness protection a confession could buy. On the 6th angry, vibrating ring I picked up. I had to stall him, see how he'd react to the realization that he'd already lost me as a pawn.
Listen to me, you fucking bitch.
No, you listen! I snarled into the phone, pressing it against my ear so hard it burned. I want to know something from you. Why are you such a fucking monster? These stupid gang fights are really so important that you're using an innocent woman and her baby? Is that what you always wanted? There was a pause on the other end of the line. Then he began to laugh. Jesus. His long, drawling chuckle was just as evil as the rest of him. But it gave me a tiny sliver of hope that maybe, just maybe, he wasn't so pissed I'd have a nice head start before his men came.
Really, Summer Bummer? You think you can lecture me? Me? The man who's fucking mowed down bitches and brats several times over?
Why? I whispered, begging for an answer, truly wondering through all the terror smothering my heart.
Because I'm God, bitch. G-O-fucking-D. I decide who lives, who dies, and who sucks my damned cock. It's just me and Betty G together, and we are both hungry motherfuckers. Right now, the ones who die are the motherfuckers who ain't paying their dues to the only club that belongs in Dixie. The Pistols are fucked because they're bad for business. That's it. So are you.
I couldn't tell if he was genuinely insane or just eaten up with greed like a bad cancer. Honestly, that made him even more terrifying. Whatever. I can see what God you really worship, I said.
Fucking shit. Didn't call you up for a talk about theology. Here, why don't you do me a favor and get off the pot? Go by the TV and take a good long look at little Alex.
What the hell was he talking about? How did he know I was in the bathroom? Jesus, he wasn't here, was he? In less than a dozen words, he destroyed what little desperate courage I'd pulled from my depths. I stood numbly, leaving the bathroom, the phone blazing against my blood-filled ear like a glowing coal.
Little closer, easy now. Ain't gonna pop any heads unless you give me a fucking reason to.
He growled, urging me forward. Alex was still holding his toy planes, taking a break from his vigorous play. He looked up at me and smiled. Such a beautiful, innocent grin. One I would have normally beamed back, if only there weren't a killer whispering in my ear.
You see it yet?
I didn't until it moved. Then the red dot, like something from a laser pointer, except dime-sized, crawled across the toy jumbo jet on the ground next to Alex's little thigh. It crept across the floor slowly, about as slow as my eyes bugged out of my head, stopping just short of landing on my son.
What you were looking at, bitch, because I know you're too fucking dumb to know, is the laser attached to the gun that puts your kid in pieces right in front of you.
No. I barely made a sound, shaking my head, not sure whether I should throw myself over it or try to grab Alex and run.
I know you're getting restless. I know you're thinking about taking off on me, running before you've done the job we sent you up there to do. I know your panties are filling up with shit right now, wondering what the fuck I'm gonna do.
He paused.
Believe it or not, I don't want to fucking kill you or the brat. I want you to shut up, get with Joker, and do whatever the fuck it takes to stop me from telling my man to pull the trigger. Sooner you figure out you don't have a choice, we're all better off.
The bastard was right. I really didn't. He was 1, 2, maybe 5 steps ahead of me. Always, goddammit. Always. There wasn't any running while he had this man following us, ready to shoot whenever Hatch told him to. "Okay," I said, feeling myself floating above my body the instant I said it. I'd come uncoupled, the only thing I could do to survive the horror. "I'll try again."
Yeah, you will. You'll try harder, because if you don't...
He stopped, inhaling a deep breath.
Bam!
I winced. The red dot on the floor flashed one more time and then disappeared.
You got 2 more days, summer bummer. Corner him. Fuck him. Show up at his doorstep asking to borrow a cup of sugar. Whatever the fuck you have to do to get good with him, you fucking do it. Nothing less. You get close enough to count how many fucking hairs he's got on his balls. Close enough to ask him anything, and jump when we say go.
The line went dead. So did my soul.
Mama?
Alex looked at me, a tiny frown on his face. He couldn't understand any of this, and thank God for that. I walked over, scooped him up, and held him tighter than I had since before all this began. We sat on the bed while he lazily played with my hair. Tomorrow, another level of hell waited. Tomorrow I had to do anything and everything I could think of to save his life. Mine didn't matter anymore. The biggest mistake of my life wasn't the demon who kept calling and threatening me. I'd already made it 6 years ago when I'd let myself fall for the rough, dirty boy who'd given me a ride home. It wasn't Hatch's fault. It wasn't mine. God damn it, this was Joker's fault. If he hadn't gotten so close, given me this kid I loved, driving me to my wit's end. Closing my eyes, I sat there holding my baby boy, just reflecting. No, maybe I'd been too harsh, too crazed. Whatever mistakes I'd made, Alex hadn't been one of them. He was the only good thing that ever happened to me. I had to keep him alive and smiling. Fucking had to. He gripped my hand, his eyelids drooping in that sleepy, lovable way that always did when he got tired. I rocked him gently, hoping he'd go to sleep. Hoped even more I'd force a miracle. There had to be some combination of words and actions on this earth I could use to get close to Joker. Didn't stop my poor, savaged brain from drawing a complete blank. I was still struggling to fight through it, kicking myself, drowning in my frustration, when I heard the motorcycle growl in the parking lot outside. Alex woke up, jerked in my arms, and a man screamed outside. I held my baby tighter, standing up, trying to see what was happening out there. Then all hell broke off its chain and came flying through the window.
6. Restless. Joker. Several hours earlier. I fucking lied to her face, lied to myself, and even lied in front of my dog. When I put my lips on Summers, I'd been more at peace than when I cracked 100 skulls. She brought me back to the time before Freddy died, before things went to shit. The past was supposed to be dead, gone. Standing next to her, it sure as hell wasn't. That freaked me the fuck out. I had to keep her away. Had to tell her I was as dead as I pretended before she got her hooks into me. Had to avenge my brother, the only fucking thing that mattered. And I couldn't handle any goddamn distractions right now. Soon as I pulled out of the parking lot, I headed for the Ruby Heel. 20 minutes later, I had a mug of beer in my hand and I sat under Honeybee, watching her Snow Queen act. She swung across the stage on a high swing, wearing those heels I wanted stabbing my ass, blowing handfuls of fake snow across the tiny crowd. From the corner of my eye, I saw two old ladies staring at me with sourpuss frowns on their faces. Meg, Skin's old lady. Cora, Firefly's wife, her belly swelling by the day with the kid they were having. Fuck them both. They didn't own me. If I wanted to bang Honeybee backstage tonight, they weren't fucking stopping me. Only trouble was, I couldn't get hard. Not even when Honeybee came down to the floor, floating on her strings, giving every man here a perfect view of an ass so round I wanted to sink my teeth in. That's what I would have wanted any other night anyway. Tonight? Fuck. It was different and I didn't know why. Even flashing her long lashes at me and blowing a kiss didn't do shit for my cock. What the fuck was wrong with me? Bingo sat by my side, his tongue hanging out. Damn dog looked more interested in the stripper than I did. I took a long pull from my beer, grabbed a bone in my pocket, and put it into his mouth. "Hell of a mutt you got there," an old man in a leather jacket with a Harley emblem said. I looked at him and snorted. If these fucking casual riders weren't filling up the Pistols' coffers with the money they spent here, I'd have stood up and walked the other way. "He's no mutt, asshole," I growled, hating how he looked at my next fuck with more intensity than I did. "Purebred Irish wolfhound." "Shit, man. What's eating you?" I stood up. Soon as he saw the patches on my cut, his face lit up and he quickly moved several chairs over. Nobody was stupid enough to start shit with a full-patch brother. These wannabe badasses always ran just as soon as they came face to face with real outlaws. Didn't take any pleasure in scaring away the chicken shit. Like most nights, I just wanted to be left the fuck alone. Honeybee still had her hungry little eyes on me as her act wound down. I wasn't looking at her anymore, dead to feeling it, thinking about Summer the whole damn time. Fuck. Come on, boy. Let's get the fuck out of here. I took the bone away from Bingo and hauled him up on his feet, walking him out of the bar. Meg was standing by the door on my way out, a tall brunette who always dressed too fucking fancy for any brother. Fancy, yeah, except for the property of skin jacket she wore like a second skin.
"What's going on? Leaving already?"
she asked, like she couldn't believe it. "Yeah, put the beer on my tab."
"Smart choice, Joker. Honeybee doesn't need any trouble. She's been jerked around enough by you and Lion lately."
Lion? The beat-up, scruffy motherfucker we'd only patched in about a month ago? Shouldn't have been surprised she was taking whatever cock she could get. The woman was voracious. Shit. Whatever urge I had left to fuck the stripper totally evaporated. If only she'd known he'd had his cock buried in more of the bitches here than I did. "She's a big girl," I said, pushing past her on my way out. "Don't think she needs her boss playing big sis, telling what she should and shouldn't do." Meg called after me, but I wasn't stopping. I'd lost sight of the real reason for too long. Kissing Summer and sending her packing only reminded me of that, and I'd be damned before I let it fuck me over any longer. "Joker, for fuck's sake!" Dust grabbed his pipe, blowing smoke in my face. "Knock it off! You're gonna fuck up the new Sal Stone if you keep that shit up." Looking up at the prez, I finally stopped slamming my blade between my fingers, faster and harder than I usually did. I sat at the bar with the brothers in our clubhouse, a little while after I'd gotten back and put Bingo down for a nap. "Cut him some slack, Prez," Firefly said, knocking back a whiskey shot. "It's too fucking dark for him to hit the range. He's gotta blow off steam somehow." We locked eyes. I had a weird understanding lately with the big vet who served as our enforcer. Wasn't so long ago I'd tried to tell him he was making a big fat mistake getting in so deep with that Cora girl. Fucking ship had sailed on that months ago, with him marrying her and knocking her up, the whole club taking out the Torches MC in the process. Too damn bad the Torches were just one more distraction. Our old friends fucked us over, coming after his girl for some shit debt her dead daddy ran up. They'd been the only thing keeping Atlanta out of the Dead's grip, and now the fuckers owned it about as hard as they had Seddon locked down. "No honor in staying sober night, Veep," Skin said, sitting on my other side. He passed me the bottle of Jack he'd been swigging. "Go ahead. This shit'll wash away the stick up your ass." I held the bottle, staring at the amber liquid, already feeling the sweet numbing fire before I raised it to my lips. "No." I pushed it back into the brother's hands, shaking my head. "Ain't the right time for Jack." "Ah, shit, Veep. What's the matter? Don't tell me you gotta be fucking sober to walk the dog." 60's goatee twitched as he looked at me with a shit-eating grin one man over from Skin. He slapped Crawl on the back like he'd just cut the best joke in the world. I gave him that look. "Shut the fuck up, Mr. Comedian." Took my sweet time folding up my knife. It never took more than a crazy look to shut these boys up when they threw their shit, and 60 was back to nervously talking to the brothers as soon as I stood up. I headed for my room, too fucked in the head to stir the pot tonight, much as I wanted answers from Dust about facing down the Deads. Fuck. I needed those answers soon, before I decided to suck face again with an old flame I needed to smother. I only got to the hall before I smelled the Prez's tobacco trailing after me. "Hold it, boy. Where the fuck do you think you're going? We barely got the whole crew together anymore, with half of them running their asses off and the other half fucking around with their girls." He grabbed me by the shoulder and swung me around. I looked into his cold gray eyes, trying to hold in my rage. Trying, and fucking failing. "I know that look," Dust growled. "You've got some serious shit on your mind. More than just the usual venom gnawing at your bones. Let's talk." Reluctantly, I let the Prez push me a little further, guiding me toward his office. A minute later, we sat down and shut the door, my back pressed tight into the beat-up chair across from his desk. "Better start talking, Veep. This club don't need any more shit running under the surface with the big op coming together." "That's what's pissing me off, Prez. All this talk about taking down the Deads, doing deals with the Grizzlies and the Devils, and you haven't said shit about your promise." "The fuck?" Dust straightened up, blew out his pipe, and slammed it down on his worn desk. "What do you think I'm pulling, brother? Taking the fuckers down in their home state does everyone a solid. Club gets its money and flexes its nuts, wrecks its biggest threat. I get Hatch's fucking head on a pike, and you get the bastards who murdered Peace and put Dawn in a fucking nursing home. What's missing here? Nothing." His fist came down. I stood up, rage flashing in my eyes. Crazy as I wasn't about to accuse the Prez of dragging his feet, fucking me over because his eyes were purely on the cash till now. Prez's rage caught me by the throat and squeezed. He wasn't wrong. Wiping out the Georgia Deads technically fulfilled his promise. The op missed the spirit of what he'd sworn to me that night when I came in, ready to ride off alone straight to certain death. "You promised me peace, Prez. That's the word you used that fucked up night. Peace." It smelled like bullshit coming out of my mouth. Had I been a fucking chump? How the hell was I ever supposed to have peace, really? Even tearing the throats out of those sick bastards wouldn't put Peace back together again. He was gone. Lost to heaven or hell forever. "Yeah, I promised all right," he said quietly, standing up. "You know I keep 'em too." Prez stepped out from behind his desk, walked past me, and flopped down on the torn leather couch in the corner. Our gaze never wavered. He was about 10 years older than me and still a fucking mystery. He'd survived more death than any other brother, had his damn throat slashed just a couple months ago and walked away from it alive. And that was probably nothing when he'd been born in this club's blood. The prince who was always meant to lead it when this old man's gavel fell. Nothing on the pirates he'd said he'd fought overseas, an ex-captain in the U.S. merchant fleet. Boy, you're looking at me like I fucked you over, but you know it ain't right. Every brother here respects you, Joker. Every brother loves you. You're walking around town every damn day with a chip on your shoulder the size of fucking Jupiter. You do that shit with the knife every damn day, and every fucking day I'm watching, waiting for you to slip, carve off a perfectly good finger. My jaw clenched. Dust's voice came steady, cool, and calm. He leaned forward, folding his hands. You need to pull your head out of your ass, VP. You wouldn't be wearing that patch if I didn't trust you to have some reason mixed with the psycho killer bullshit. You were smart enough to listen to me that night you showed up asking for blood, telling me you'd go for it yourself. That would have been suicide. We both know it. You were patient. You were fucking smart. And now, it's almost time to get what I told you. Everything I promised. I ain't getting shit, Prez. Let's face it, even if we kill some fucking animals, yeah, I'll feel better for a few hours, maybe a week, but once the party's over and I finally sober up, cleaning their blood off my knife, Freddy's gone, Grandpa's fucked, my hometown's a goddamn shithole that won't ever welcome anybody with a patch again. Not after the dirty shit the Deads have been pushing there. Putting the motherfuckers down won't unfuck anything. That's why you gotta reach inside and feel your own guts. Don't fucking wait for the final battle, Joker. Do it sooner, now. 'Cause if you wait, we'll win like we always do, and you'll still walk away empty-handed. He leaned forward a little more, his steely eyes boring into me. Bullets and knives only kill the demons outside you, Joker. The shit underneath your skin, that's where you gotta use your brain, your heart. You're the only one who can. Prez, shut up and listen for a second, brother. You think you're the only one who misses peace? He paused, just long enough for the anger to burn hot in my eyes, trying to ignite the gray ice in his. Fuck, Joker. You miss him most. Fuck yeah, you do. But goddamn if the rest of us don't. You were both hell on wheels. Both of you made this club stronger. Shit. Both of you were there when my old man bid it. Your votes gave me the gavel, helped keep this club in one piece when it had been rocked to its fucking core. What the fuck was he saying? Trying to pretend he understood, trying to tell me he could even fucking fathom 1/10 of the deep hellish loss ripping me to shreds every goddamn day I opened my eyes? Nah, hell no. He was my brother, I roared, standing up, halfway to hallucinating Freddy sitting next to him, smiling on that damn beat-up sofa. By blood, by patch, maybe by fucking soul. They took him, Dust, tore his fucking head off, ripped his eyes out. I walked in and saw my grandpa on the floor. His poor heart snapped like a twig when he saw those holes where Peace's eyes used to be. I gotta watch him flinch every fucking time I see him, and he looks me in the eye, knowing he's still seeing Freddy when he looks at me. Big goddamn mistake spewing poison like this. It flashed before my eyes 100 times more intense than most days. Even now, it was all a sadistic blur. My hands on Grandpa's chest, pumping furiously, fighting the molten tears in my eyes. Fucking Freddy's severed head sitting on the bed, taunting both of us, worse than seeing my own dead face looking back at me. Summer walking in, freezing up on the spot, horror in her eyes. Didn't take me 2 fucking seconds to tell her to leave. And Summer. Fuck. Fucking goddamn it to hell. That's what this was all about, wasn't it? I couldn't lose anyone else. I couldn't lose her again.
Fucking couldn't. I'd pushed her away because I had to. Get her the fuck away forever. Joker, Dust said, sitting up straight in his seat, his pipe in one hand. Look at me. Took forever to finally do it. I fucking hated how well he knew me. Knew every man in this club, like the father most of us never had. Time to be straight. It ain't just Freddy or the war with the deads eating you like a case of fucking termites. No, I growled, denying it, even when it caused my damn heart to beat 1,000,000 miles an hour. Yeah, fuck yeah. I know about the girl, he said. My head jerked up and I looked at him like hot death given a human face. Skin told me the other day, so did Lion. Said she worked you over good, got you madder than a fucking hornet, so pissed off you covered the bitch in mud. Goddamn Skin, fucking Lion. I'd put our treasurer in a coma for ratting me out, and that scruffy motherfucker Lion back in one. Honestly, makes me want to crack your jaw for fucking with a lady like that. Dust snarled, holding the flame on his skull-tipped lighter to his pipe. Especially when she's the only one who's been able to get shit out of you for 3 years. Only one besides that damn dog. She's nobody, I said coldly. Yeah, another lie. Bullshit, Dust said, taking a long pull on his pipe. She's somebody you fucked and didn't want to walk away from, or somebody who fucked you over. Maybe both. Point is, she's pulled your pin like a damned grenade, and that's dangerous as a knife to the throat when this club's about to swing its nuts harder than we did in a generation. So what, Prez? I growled, shaking my head. What the fuck are you telling me to do? Ain't telling you shit, brother. You're a grown man. That's for you to figure out. You can put 2 and 2 together. You know what you've got to do already. That's not coming from me. It can't, and it won't. He held the pipe, tipped his face up, and blew a strong string of thick smoke toward the ceiling where it hung like a thunderhead. Straighten your shit out, he growled. Clear your head as much as you can before we ride into Georgia, guns blazing. Do whatever the fuck it takes so that when we return to Knoxville with bags of bloody dead's colors in our saddlebags, you can live with the brothers. Live with yourself. Live with us again, Joker, without acting like you're 3 goddamn seconds away from ramming your blade into some poor bastard's throat. Sage advice. Wise, ruthless, and completely fucking infuriating. We done here yet? I said, standing up. Yeah, don't let the door hit you in the ass, Dust growled, clearly disappointed. I headed out and went straight for my room. Last thing I wanted was rejoining the brothers drinking and laughing at the bar. A couple girly voices cut through their chatter. Somebody's old lady must have shown up, or maybe a couple bubbly sluts for the single guys. Bitches who just as soon as ride a brother's cock for a jolt to their pussy and a hopeless stab at being a club wife. One big happy-ass biker family. Turned my stomach. I couldn't relate. I couldn't fucking have it. The last 3 years I drank and fucked and joined in the big roasts with all my boys, but I didn't fucking smile. Didn't feel it when the men I'd sworn my life to sat around me. Didn't even feel it when I was buried in some bitch to my balls, hate fucking her in between swigs of booze. Riding helped. So did the dog at my feet, who came over when I dropped on my ass rocking the shitty bed. Bingo whined, forcing me to scratch his head. Ah, fuck it. Today, I sat up, leaned down, and hugged the greedy bastard. He licked my face before I pulled away. I loved him because he didn't ask stupid fucking questions or bust my balls over the past. He loved my sorry ass because he didn't know any better. Didn't understand how permanently fucked up I'd gotten 3 summers ago. Damn dog knew too much about me. Only one person walking this planet really did. I'd pushed her away. Fucking flung her out of my life like she'd burn me down. Just like I swore I always would if I ever saw her face again.
Summer had the only face in my memory as cruel and unforgettable as Freddy's. I could get her killed letting her back, and I'd make her hate my evil ass more than she already did. But fuck, why had she come back? Nothing made sense about it. Why the hell had she tracked me down after 3 damned years of nothing? Bingo whined again, licking my hand, just like he could sense the hell roiling my mind. I looked down into his sad, dark eyes, smoothing his fur till I saw his tail wag. Don't worry about it, boy. I'm just flushing some shit. Some shit. Yeah, fuck me. If only it were as easy as pulling a damned lever. No. Ever since she'd come to me, not once, but fucking twice, pushing deeper into my world at Grandpa's home, I'd been the one who walked away covered in shit. 5 more minutes I sat with my dog, the same nightmare stewing in my brain. Decided I only had 2 choices. I could throw the dog a bone, walk out to the bar and steal a bitch from lying 10 or 60 for the night. I could try for the millionth time to bury my ruined life and wake up with another hangover and an awkward little girl hanging around my neck. Fuck that. It hadn't worked before and it damn sure wasn't gonna start. Option B was even more fucked up. But at least it'd be a stab at something different, instead of the same old shit that never worked. Right about now, option B sounded pretty fucking good because it meant answers. Standing, I patted the big dog's head, then walked him over to the cushion in the corner, laying him down for the night. I'll be back in a few hours, I said, reaching into the cabinet and pulling out a treat. A couple minutes later, my helmet locked on my head. My bike droned steadily on the open road. Normally, the purr comforted me, no different than every other brother wearing this patch. Didn't do a damned thing for me today except ratchet up the tension, add to all the bitter questions sticking like gum in my throat. I had to find Summer. Had to ask her why the fuck she'd come back. Had to know why she still wanted these lips on hers when it was totally obvious she'd kissed a dead man who wanted nothing to do with her. Something about all this didn't add up, and if I couldn't figure out my own shit like the Prez wanted, then at least I'd take a crack at hers. Said and never paid anybody shit. Knowing how harsh our old hometown could be, plus seeing the rusted-out shitbox she drove, I knew she had about 2 places she could be staying with her money, if she hadn't blown town already. I came up empty-handed at the first place, a run-down dump just a few blocks from the heel. The ratty-looking bastard at the front desk told me nobody named Summer Oliver's ever checked in. Second motel, a strong runner-up for cheapest shit stack in town, turned up the same damn thing. An old, middle-aged woman with a thick European accent told me there wasn't anybody with Summer's name staying there, even when I asked her twice. What the fuck? She'd either changed her legal name, not too fucking likely, or somebody else had brought her here on their dime, under their name. The hairs on the back of my neck pricked up. If she was here, then I definitely wasn't leaving empty-handed. I'd walk the whole damned lot, crawl up on that cracked balcony and look through every fucking window if I had to, just to find her. Figuring out what the fuck was going on here wasn't just about me anymore. It might easily be club biz too, and I never defaulted on the patch. I'd parked my bike next to the front door, decided to take it down the next street, put it out of sight, in case there was anybody here waiting for the pistols with a bullet. I was rounding the corner, pulling out toward the road, when I saw the shit in the bushes. A greasy-looking son of a bitch crouched down, hiding, a rifle in his hands, perched on his shoulder, one eye on the sights. The laser cut straight through somebody's window. How bad did I want to bet that was Summers? Revving my engine told me. I didn't stop, didn't think, didn't second guess as I plowed my bike straight into the shitty crop of trees. Fucker never saw me coming. He screamed when my front tire rolled over him. I punched the brakes, stopping me from skidding into the wall. I jumped off, holding my arm over my mouth, Fighting, smoke, and dirt kicked up in the air while I went for my 9. Had to kick a couple of branches aside before I felt the gun on the ground. My boot knocked it further away from fuckface, who was on his side, his leg torn to shit, looking at me. He was holding a pair of shitty-looking night vision goggles. One look at his cut told me everything I needed to know. The severed hand sewn into his side. Our mortal enemies were here, in our goddamn territory, maybe aiming through my fucking girl's window.
Fuck! Shit! Please!
He sputtered, holding a hand over his face.
Hatch is gonna...
There wasn't time to contemplate all the whys, and not a spare second for mercy. My gun barked, slamming a bullet through his brain. Easy. Finding Summer and getting her the fuck out of there before anybody else saw this shit show wasn't going to be as simple. I stood up, dusted myself off, took one look at the window he'd been aiming for, and ran. Never bothered knocking. My boot slammed into the door and flattened it, leaving me a clear path. I stepped in and saw... What the fuck? Summer in the corner, with a kid, clutching him close to her chest, his little face tucked into her bosom, her hands across his ears.
Joker?
She whimpered, her eyes going wide, as if she couldn't believe it was me. Well, fuck. That made 2 of us. Couldn't believe the fucking shock and awe I was seeing right in front of me. Shit that stirred up 100 more questions than there were answers. Who else? I growled, stepping into the room, coming up to her, trying to do my damnedest not to startle the kid.
I thought we were done for,
she said, tipping her head for a second to kiss the little boy through his dark hair.
I mean, when I heard the bike and saw him go down, I expected it to be one more of them. I need to...
Babe, you're gonna shut your fucking mouth right now is what you're gonna do. Boom. Lips sealed. Still just as sweet and biteable as ever before. But fuck if they didn't make my blood boil, because I had proof right in front of me that she'd been lying about an awful lot. Shit. What else was she hiding? Where are your keys? You're coming to my place. I just killed a fucking man out there. We've got about 10 minutes, maybe less, before some jackass here phones it in and every cop in Knoxville hits us like vultures. She didn't dare fight. Just looked at me, stopped breathing for a second, and then closed her eyes and nodded.
Over there.
Her little hand pointed to a big green purse over in the corner. I walked over, ripped it up, and carried it over to her, pushing it into her free hand. Listen, when I say go, you're gonna get in your car, follow me every fucking mile like your life depended on it, because babe, I ain't shitting. It absolutely does. The toe of my boot pushed against something on the floor. I looked down, saw it was a busted out screen. A shitty looking cell phone, like the kind the club used for burners, now smashed into a couple pieces.
There's an explanation, Jackson. I promise you, it isn't what you...
Quiet, I growled, pushing my hand over her mouth. Didn't tell you to start squawking to me about a bunch of fucking questions I haven't even asked. That comes later. Right now, you walk the fuck out behind me, strap in the kid, and don't move till you see me pulling out my bike. The kid looked up just then. I looked away just as fucking fast, hoping she'd think it was because I didn't want to startle him. Had to follow my own advice. Had to get them out of here. Had to take them to my apartment, put the kid down for a nap before I laid into her. But Jesus Christ. 1 second was all I needed to see it. To see the eyes that blew my world apart. Fucking fuck. I stopped every nerve in my body from having a conniption fit till I was on my bike. I walked her out like a robot, covered her, while she put the kid in his seat, then climbed into the driver's side herself. Then I hauled ass to my bike, got on, and roared out, checking the mirror carefully to make sure her rusted little car hung close. Small miracle I didn't lose my shit on the way back. The sharp, numb focus that always came over me when I dealt with life and death before triumphed again. But it got the biggest fucking test in my life since the day after Peace died, when Prez had to hold me back before I went lone wolf against the killers and got myself wrecked. That kid. That beautiful, mysterious, spear-through-my-fucking-chest toddler. I'd grill her about it later, no bullshit. But I didn't have to. Deep down, I already knew the answer. The second I saw that bright hazel glow in his eyes, I knew he was mine. He was my brother. He was my grandpa. He was me. He was a Taylor by blood. The only man in this world who could have made him was looking back at me in my bike's mirrors, his fucked up eyes flashing with 1,000 kinds of rage and a haze of tears. I had a son, and the bitch I'd once loved had fucking lied to me about it for God only knew how long.
7. Wag the dog, summer.
Oh, God. Holy hell. Oh, crap.
I tried not to hyperventilate on the long, painful journey down the highway, straight to the exit on the other side of town. The last thing I needed was to freak out and wreck the car. The second thing was scaring the hell out of poor Alex, worse than I already had. He'd started crying as soon as he realized something was wrong, about a split second before I saw Joker's bike tear through the bushes. By the time I picked him up, the lone, deafening gunshot had rang out. Hatch was screaming on the phone, snarling and cursing like a mad dog. I picked it up off the floor and hurled it at the wall as hard as I could, silencing it forever. I walked across the debris, feeling the satisfying crunch underfoot. The demon who'd threatened my son would be twice as hell-bent on killing us tomorrow. But today, he'd lost. There was about 30 seconds of satisfaction before Jackson's heavy boot kicked down the door. He came in, staring at us, his eyes glued to the baby in my arms. I wasn't sure how I kept it together. Everything I'd tried to hide away was out in the open, lost in an instant, forever torn away from me by that wild, scary energy in his eyes. They'd been so dead, so haunted for so fucking long. But when he saw Alex, before he told me to shut up and leave with him, I saw something I never thought I'd see swirling in those intense hazel eyes ever again. Life. He knew the kid was ours. He knew I'd hit him, and I'd probably be dismembered for doing it by the end of the night. Joker didn't say a word when I followed him into a cracked parking lot. It belonged to a tall, worn-looking building. He got off his bike and motioned, leaving me to park the car in an empty space nearby, then collect Alex. I followed him to the door he unlocked, and we stepped into a tiny lobby lined with big mailboxes. At least it was cleaner in here than it looked on the outside. Better than the place I'd been living under the dead hand's gun. He shot me an angry look over his shoulder, checking to make sure I was following as he headed for a big, winding staircase. Little Alex yawned in my arms. I walked slowly, careful not to wake him, hoping he'd finally get some sleep after all the excitement. He wasn't scared anymore. That counted for something. But now it was like I'd taken his innocent terror, feeling my blood turn to ice with every step I took toward Joker's apartment. Mine wasn't nearly as innocent. Maybe I deserved whatever was coming, the barrage of abuse. But I'd only tried to protect my son from a man so dangerous, so broken. A normal family life wasn't in his makeup. Upstairs, he stopped next to a big wooden door, jammed the key into the lock, and threw it open. He held it open, waving us in, while he pulled out his phone.
60, it's me, I heard him say. Feed bingo for me tonight. Won't be coming back to the clubhouse to pick him up till tomorrow sometime.
I looked around for a place to sit. His apartment was surprisingly Spartan, and I walked toward the big couch in the middle of the room, never seeing any of the beer bottles or busted pizza boxes I'd expected.
Shit, bro, you okay? I heard the other man say through the phone. Must have found your own fucking party. We were keeping your bottle warm. Whatever, long as you're happy, fed, and deep in pussy. Out. Joker killed the call with a grunt. A tense silence blanketed the small, cozy space between us. I watched him take a lap around the coffee table like a lion, deep in thought, before he finally sat in the black leather recliner across from us. I licked my lips, tasting fear in my own sweat. I don't know where to begin, I said. At the fucking beginning, babe. You tell me a story, I'll sit here and listen real quiet, just like your little boy. He leaned forward, hands on his knees, the wild eyes he shared with my son stabbing through me. Maybe by the time you get to the end, you can put him down for a nap in my room. Then we can talk about more serious shit. I swallowed the bitter lump in my throat before I started. Had to do it several more times throughout my story. I told him about the deads rolling into Seton, coming into my store, roughing up whoever they didn't like, and walking out half the time without paying for anything. Nobody challenged them. Nobody dared. I told him about the drugs, how bad it got since Mama died and he left for Tennessee, what life was like living in a building half full of junkies. He heard about how long I suffered alone, doing my best to raise Alex on my shoestring budget and some food stamps when I needed them. How I wished every day, every night, and every minute in between that Mama was still alive to help. I didn't tell him the truth about the boy, where he'd come from. Stupid when he knew. Holy Christ, he knew. But the words caught in my throat every single time. He watched the tears come down in silence, sitting up a little straighter, a mix of compassion and raw hatred in his eyes. God, what a contrast. What a storm. Joker sucked in a sharp, brutal breath, one that made his entire chest ripple, reminding me how incredible he looked underneath his leather cut and thin club t-shirt. No, I couldn't think about that, though. I had to carry on. Then there was Hatch, I said. That's what he called himself. President of the fucking deads in northern Georgia. He already knew. Hell, of course he did. None of this nightmare would have happened if I weren't plunged into the middle of a blood war between motorcycle clubs. Yeah, well, he knew about us, our history. Knew he could use me to get back to you. Joker stiffened up, staring me down. I hugged Alex closer, glaring back just as angrily. Obviously, I wouldn't have screwed you over. I didn't know how to break the news, Jackson. I had to play along, at least for a little while. Anything to stop him. He threatened Alex, told me he'd kill him right in front of me. I forced my voice to a hush, feeling him stirring in my arms. Alex, huh? Joker said, ignoring my bullshit. That's a great fucking name. Strong name. Right, I said quietly, before I glared at him again. Seriously, how was I supposed to tell you what was really going on? Every time I came by, you made it very clear you wanted nothing to do with me. You wouldn't even sit down and talk. That's before I knew you were sitting on the biggest fucking secret in the world. He growled, standing up. Whatever. Fuck it. Let me hold him. I'll put him down for a nap. Gotta learn sometime. The big, awesome biker towered over us. Reluctantly, I sighed and lifted my baby, offering him up to his father for the first time. I was ready to jump in at a moment's notice if he held him the wrong way or moved too fast. It never happened. My heart plunged into my stomach and smashed into a million bits, just watching them together. Alex rested his head on Joker's thick, muscular arm, suspended against his leather chest with that wonderful, manly scent. Father and son. One. A sight I thought I'd never see,
that I'd tried to keep for so fucking long. God, what the hell was I thinking? If only I'd come to him sooner, told him about the little boy. Maybe he wouldn't have been dead for so long. Maybe I wouldn't have suffered alone. It was too late for that. Tears clouded my eyes as I watched him holding the boy, rocking him gently in his arms, staring down at him like he was the most precious thing in the world. More precious than the bike that took him everywhere. Maybe even more than the big hairy dog I'd seen at his side the other day. I stood up cautiously and followed him into his room. I'd halfway expected guns on the wall or 1,000 sharp things sitting around, but there was nothing except an old guitar in the corner, a couple posters of bikes and classic cars, and a big, thick bed with a headboard going halfway to the ceiling. I had a flash of us laying down together, instead of him putting our son down for a nap, making that headboard rock as I straddled him, hands on his immaculate chest, sinking down onto the only cock I'd ever had inside me. No. Hell no. There were so many strange, twisted things running through my mind right now, I had to fight. But I definitely had to go after this, tooth and nail. Make sure you check up on him often. He isn't used to sleeping in a bed like this.
Will only be a little while. Promise.
He laid the boy down and tucked a sheet over him. We both stood there watching as he drifted off, blissfully away from the tortured hearts and real-life killers hanging over us like swords.
Outside, Summer. Now.
The growl in my ear was almost inhuman. Joker put his thick, rough hands on my shoulders and squeezed. So much for savoring the small, miraculous, heartwarming scene on the bed. I turned around and walked out, leaving his hands on me, stopping in the hall while he slowly pulled the door shut behind him. Then he looked at me, and I was completely alone with those feral, angry, beautiful eyes.
Why'd you lie to me, Summertime?
What else could I do? Shaking my head, I swallowed, preempting another stone from forming in my throat.
That's your defense? He snorted. Tell me again. Why'd you fucking lie to me?
Shit. He didn't wait for an answer. Snarling, he grabbed my hand and jerked me deeper into the apartment, into the bathroom with him while he slammed the door shut.
You fucked me over. You fucked yourself, and you fucked our son, keeping him from me. He's really mine, ain't he? Don't even fucking deny it.
His rage paralyzed me. Before I knew it, I was up against the wall, his chest on mine, both his hands planted on each side of my head, caging me in completely.
Yes,
I said softly, wincing as what was left of my heart ripped in two. He's yours. He's only 2, just had his birthday a couple months ago. We made him that summer, Jackson. The last few happy nights I ever had in my life.
Last? I don't fucking know about that, but you can be damned sure that every last night you're gonna have is mine now.
I gasped. What the hell did he mean? He talked like he was entitled to make me his property.
I'm not your prisoner, Summertime, shut your fucking mouth and listen. Long as my kid's under the gun, he ain't going anywhere with you. You're not taking a step outside this apartment unless I say so neither. The deads are coming. I'm getting the club together, he said coldly. Murdering every last one of those filthy, sick cocksuckers. It was always personal, ever since they did Freddy. But now they're doubling down on my son?
I flinched when he shook his head, his hands turning into fists next to mine. My ears heard the faint sound of plaster starting to crack, felt the pressure of the wall behind me caving in.
They're fully, completely, totally fucked,
he growled, spittle flying through his teeth, landing on my neck.
And babe,
he said quietly, coming closer, touching his crazed forehead to mine.
So are you.
He was right about one thing. Life as I knew it was over.
There was no coming back once I was face to face with a raging, handsome psychopath. Definitely no coming back from the strange, sick tingle that ran through me, being this close to him. Even when he looked like he was about to strangle me on the spot, he was gorgeous. So rough and primal, my brain couldn't stop the chemical reaction churning my blood. My thighs pinched together, trembling, feeling my panties soften with my own wetness. His lips were only inches from mine, lips that cursed me, threatened me, told me they were taking over, and fuck me if I didn't like it. Yes, fuck me. Fuck. Joker? Jackson, I said softly, finally at a loss for words. It doesn't have to be this way. I trust you to protect us. We can talk the rest of this out. We can... Bullshit, he snapped, his eyes narrowing, boring into mine until my eyelids fluttered, the only defense I had left. My hands went plush against his chest, ready to push him away if I had to, even though I didn't have a prayer of making it happen. What did I tell you about that fucking mouth, Summertime? Said I'd shut it. It was the last thing he said before he kissed me. That is, if a woman could call the savage pressure and teeth sinking into my bottom lip a kiss, rather than an act of total domination. The passionate tease he'd given me the other day outside the nursing home, slamming his lips on mine? Nothing compared to this. This was fire. This was hate. This was a man coming undone in my mouth, tearing a bitter moan out of me, and then another when his hand flew to my breast and twisted my nipple through my shirt. My nails tangled in his shirt, raking against his chest. Fighting him, pulling him into me all at once. My mouth moved against his, saying things words couldn't. But I didn't realize how much like lightning cutting across the sky this conversation was going to be until he started ripping off my clothes. His hands roamed my body, jerking off my shirt, snapping my bra strap. My jeans and panties came down in one push, and I felt the wet trickle rolling down my thigh instantly. Joker. Big mistake, just whispering my name. He took my thighs, slammed them against the wall, and pulled my legs apart. Then his face was buried in my pussy. My fingernails were on his scalp now, pushing through his thick, dark hair, feeling for precious support. And I needed it. God, I needed it, almost as much as I needed this for so long. His tongue pushed through my wetness, taking over, hitting all the right spots. My thighs were trembling, and I leaned on him, urging him in deeper. Deeper, deeper, while his mouth took me through heaven and hell. Oh, God, deeper. Holy shit, Joker, I bit my own tongue, dying from excitement. Every time I whimpered, his mouth moved faster. My clit went between his teeth, swelled in his vise, and exploded against the first few lashes of his tongue. He growled when I came. His rumble echoed through me, angry as a wild animal, just a steady, mad pulse of fire, hate, and sex. Still panting through clenched teeth, I forced myself to open my eyes while he was still licking me, and saw myself in the mirror. My whole body was totally contorted. My pupils were tiny, and the whites were going bloodshot, blown out by the nasty shock of the past week. And now this, whatever the hell this even was. He held me while I halfway collapsed in his arms, coming up and smashed his lips down on mine. I could taste myself on his mouth. I could taste him. God, I tasted 3 fucking years worth of built-up emotion, all pouring out in this torrent. Fuck, I miss that sweet little cunt. You on the fucking pill or what? He spat, pulling away from me, clenching my chin with his fingers. I've missed a few days.
It isn't safe. I'll start again tonight.
Then get on your knees if you don't want another kid. You're gonna suck every last drop out of me, straight down your throat.
He pushed me down, gently but firmly. My eyes went to his pants, which he pushed down a second later, along with his boxers. The pierced, magnificent dick I'd missed forever sprang out, angrier than I'd ever seen it before.
Speak to me, summertime. Suck me the fuck off. Blow me so goddamned hard I forget about all the lies and the bullshit and you running, hiding, lying. Suck.
I didn't run, I said angrily, trying to keep my eyes off the rock-hard cock pulsing in his hand, the little bullet of his piercing shining in the dim bathroom light.
Suck,
he repeated, reaching down, tangling his fingers through my hair. He pushed my face towards it. Before I knew it, my mouth was full of him, hard, hot, earthy beneath my tongue. I bobbed my head, running my tongue along his length, searching for that spot underneath the head, the one that caused him to suck breath and growl all those years ago.
Fuck, shit, goddamn woman, he snarled.
Bingo! I focused my tongue there, reaching up to massage his balls, amazed that these were what had given us the boy sleeping in his room. I sucked him like my life depended on it, because maybe it did. Ran my lips, my tongue, my teeth across his cock, erasing all the years of distance, speaking through the insane, painful barriers between us.
Fuck, fuck, fuck,
he sputtered, pulling on my hair until it burned deliciously.
Fucking shit, summertime. Take it.
And I did. His head swelled, pulsed, and pumped into my mouth. I held him deep, still massaging him as he came, hopelessly trying to catch his cum. It was completely impossible. He flooded me, shot thick ropes down my throat, just pumping and pumping and pumping, until his sticky warm seed ran out around the corners of my lips. I'd be a total mess by the end of it. And so what? Right now, nothing mattered, except feeling him growling out his hate, his madness, shooting me full of him. Again. When he finally softened, I pulled his cock out and kissed him near the piercing. He jerked himself away, glowering at me again, his eyes as dull and dead as they'd been before.
Clean the fuck up and let me know if you need to eat. You can sleep in my room with the kid tonight. I'll take the sofa.
You mean that's it? Just like that? Pants pulled up, he tugged on his zipper, leaving me naked while he reclaimed his biker suit like nothing ever happened. Jesus, I'd been an idiot.
That's all till I decide what the fuck to do with you, yeah. I'll sleep on it. You rest. You're safe here. You listen to me and that'll do dandy.
He walked out, closing the door behind him, leaving me alone for the millionth time. I buried my face in my hands and broke down, surrounded by his scent.
Wake the fuck up, sunshine, a dark voice said,
edging me from my dreams. I turned, reaching one arm out for Alex, and felt nothing. I bolted up, heart pounding, and saw him in Joker's arms, the little boy giggling while he reached for his father's face. It was still dark outside. Shit, what time is it?
Early enough. We've got business at the clubhouse, babe, and you're coming with.
Be careful with him, I said, feeling like a total bitch because Alex looked happier than he'd been for a while in Daddy's arms. Let me get dressed. He left the room, still playfully bouncing the boy in his arms. They were naturals together. Of course they were. Why did that feel like an arrow through the chest? Maybe because there'd never be one big happy family. I was only fooling myself. There was only Joker and Alex. Alex and me. 2 pairs, never a hole. I got dressed as quickly as I could. When I stepped out, Joker sat on the sofa with Alex on his lap, a bowl of piping hot oatmeal at his side.
Buckle up, little man. Here comes the Harley on its run.
His hand slowly moved the spoon toward Alex's mouth, stopping as my son laughed. It would have been heartwarming, honestly, if I wasn't still so pissed. You need to be careful with that. Make sure it isn't too hot. Joker looked up, his eyes on fire.
Ain't a fucking fool, summertime. It's plenty warm. Not scalding. Tested it myself. Anyway, there's more in the kitchen if you need it.
My stomach growled, forcing me to swallow my pride and take what he'd left out. I grabbed it and sat down next to them, spooning a bite into my mouth. Anything would have tasted good. This was almost heavenly, with just the right honey sweetness, a hint of apple and some cinnamon mixed in. Is this instant? I said, eyeing him carefully as he moved another bite to Alex's small mouth.
Come the fuck on, he snorted. I'm man enough to wake up and do my cooking. Same recipe Grandpa used to feed us when we were kids. Only fair my son has the same breakfasts I did.
My son. It sounded so heavy on his lips, so full of pride. I softened, giving him his moment with Alex. Whatever. There'd be plenty of time to seethe at him for using me as a doormat later, but for the next 10 minutes, I was almost at peace, watching him handle our baby boy like he'd been doing it from day one.
Okay, kid,
he whispered softly, pulling a napkin off the table and blotting at the little boy's mouth.
Time to go. Keep eating like that and you'll be able to knock men out twice my size someday.
I rolled my eyes. Oh, sure, like I really want him becoming one of your brothers. Joker's head twisted, aiming the second hate fuck in 24 hours at me with his eyes.
You're in no position to judge shit, Summer. You don't know a damn thing. Growing big and strong can turn this boy into a billionaire or a fucking quarterback. You're acting like everything I say has the club stamp all over it. Ain't true.
How do I know it doesn't? His jaw clenched, but he didn't say anything. I put my hands out, ready to take Alex again. Reluctantly, he passed him over to me, and I hugged him tight. Just need to change his diaper, and then we'll be ready to go, I said, finishing the last of my oatmeal with one hand.
Damned straight. You leave it to me next time. I'll cover you before we go.
Really? I said, standing up and wrinkling my nose in disbelief. I can't believe you're so serious about this. I thought you'd leave the diapers and baths to me. Joker bolted up, rooted himself to the floor, even though I knew he would have been up in my face if I wasn't holding the toddler.
He's mine, Summer. My son. My own fucking flesh and blood. Of course I want to learn everything, make up for all the time I've lost thanks to you. When we get to the club, you're gonna sit down, let the kid play with my dog, and keep your fucking mouth shut. I'm giving you one more pass on your bullshit assumptions today, but it's the last one you get. I'm warming up the truck.
I stood there with my jaw hanging as he walked past, grabbed his keys off the counter, and then popped the door, letting it fall shut behind him with a thud. I hated being put in my place by this screwed-up, cocky, bloodthirsty dick. I hated it even more that he blamed me for everything. Mostly, I just hated him for being right, and so point-blank about it that my inner bitch was screaming. I kept quiet on the short ride in his truck, checking on Alex every few minutes. He sat behind us in his little seat, holding a stuffed lion, his favorite toy I'd brought along from home. God, home. I had about another week before the rent would slip by without getting paid. The greedy old landlord wouldn't wait more than a week after that to dump my stuff and find a new tenant. I'd left behind everything else. I was never going to see anything that wasn't in my purse or my car again. But I had Alex, we were both safe, and for now, he was all that mattered. At the clubhouse, we rolled through a tall metal gate guarded by two grim-looking men with prospect patches. Not the same boys who'd greeted me the other day, the first time I'd tried to confront Joker and talk some sense into him.
"Outside," he said, pointing to the door out back. "You can wait out there till I say it's time. Show Alex my dog."
Holding the little boy, I pushed open the screen. The big dog laying on the ground instantly perked up when he saw us. Bingo stood up, stretched, and walked over, his tongue hanging out. I sat down in the deck chair, Alex on my lap, stroking the dog's fur. Baby boy perked up as soon as the giant dog came over, giggling while he dug his hands into his fur. "Doggy, doggy." "That's right," I said, finally allowing myself to smile, holding him closer. "You're learning so fast, honey. He's a big one, isn't he?" "Big," Alex echoed. Giving in, I let myself smile, watching as he pushed his face into the dog's fur, stroking his sides. Bingo seemed just as happy, letting out a satisfied whine, his tail slapping the air. These moments were precious and so rare, especially when every hour might bring hell, ending them all forever. I hadn't forgotten why we were here. Hatch was out there, seething. He'd come for me, come for us, just like he'd threatened, unless the bastard who had my heart twisted in knots saved us. I hated having to depend on him, almost as much as I hated him for using me to suck his cock. I wasn't his fucking plaything, but I definitely wasn't his woman either, and I never would be. "Row, row," Alex interrupted my melancholy thoughts, trying to imitate the dog's sound. I made the same silly noise when I read him his stories, teaching him all about animals. It shouldn't bother me so damned much. Today my son was happy and safe. He'd made a new friend to play with, judging by the way the big gray dog wagged his tail. So why did I feel so lonely, abandoned? Why did I want to punch myself in the face every time I let my eyes wander to Joker at breakfast, still admiring his rock-hard body? The fact that he could be so gentle, so patient with Alex, only made it harder to stop. I hugged Alex tighter, my embrace apologizing for how we'd never have a happy family. It was an illusion. I wouldn't keep him from Joker anymore, but after all of this was over, I definitely wouldn't be crawling back. I'd let him protect us. I'd let him catch up with his son. I swore I'd stand my ground, and if he ever tried to pull me into bed or put me on my knees again, I'd slap the absolute shit out of him.
8. Brotherhood in the Balance. Joker. As soon as I stepped into the meeting room for church, the air was heavy as shit. I wasn't the only one dragging myself in all pissed. Firefly sat next to Skin, Crawl 60, and the rest of the boys looking like a human hand grenade. He looked up when he saw me. I jerked out of my seat, plopping down before I pulled out my switchblade and shot him a look. "What the fuck's eating you?" I extended my blade, ready to stab that shit through my fingers and add a few more scratches to the beat-up table with the pistol's logo painted in the middle. "He's fucking my sis again," Firefly growled, slamming his fist down. "Come on, Veep, don't start that shit. We're all on edge today." "Easy, brother," Skin said, grabbing one of his shoulders and giving him a shake. "Already told you, Hannah's a grown woman. You can't do shit about who she drags into bed. Meg, she's dealing with the same thing all the time, watching her girls at the heel bum around with all kinds of fucking scum. It ain't the fucking same, and you know it. Hannah's too fucking good for any man with a patch. She's a businesswoman, for Christ's sake. The kind who deals with a fuck of a lot more than some shit strip club here in town. Prez is fucking her like another whore to kick to the curb, if he isn't slipping his dick in her trying to get her money. Greedy fucking son of a bitch. Skin's face tensed, anger flashing in his eyes. I'm gonna pretend you didn't just call my old lady a fucking idiot, brother. Say it again, and my fists are going in your guts. Shit, this was bad. I looked up, my eyes quickly scanning the rest of the boys. Crawl sipped water from a canteen, or maybe something stronger, pushing his dark hair back, trying to pretend the shit show a couple guys over wasn't happening. 60 took a long drag on his cig, his goatee twitching. Smart enough, for once, not to make any damn jokes. Lion 10 and the 3 new prospects we'd invited to the table sat at the end, nervously whispering to themselves, too new to lay down the law. Who the fuck could blame them? It was Firefly's job as enforcer to break up fights between the brothers, but since he was in the middle of one, now that shit was up to me. I slammed my blade into the wood so hard the whole table shook and left it there, good enough to throw all their eyes on me. Brothers! Lay the fuck off the prez and each other. Your shit's all just personal, Firefly. You wanna hash it out with Dust in his office or some shit, whatever. You keep bad-mouthing him here in front of the whole club, we got a fucking problem. One we don't need when we're supposed to be here today talking about the op, for fuck's sake. Put a goddamn lid on it, all of you. I ripped my knife out of the table and pointed it at everybody there, one by one. Last tick of my hand stopped on Firefly, who fucking seethed, his blue eyes rippling like raging oceans. Pissed as they were, everybody was also shocked. I never got this goddamn heated. Ever since Peace died, my rage came cold, went into my knife, and didn't come out till there was blood all over it. I didn't go off like this. I didn't scream. Except now I fucking did. My blade's knife scorched in my hand, and it was shaking like a fucking leaf. Veep, Skin started, licking his lips. What's going on, brother? Yeah, bro, 60 said, blowing a string of smoke. Ain't just Firefly and Skinny Boy ripping into each other's shit today. Never seen you like this. Fuck. I sat there, paralyzed, knowing there was no way I could open up about Summer and the kid. I decided this morning it was strictly business. I'd tell the brothers everything I knew, but I'd treat it like one more piece of business, no different than our latest hit, or the weapons we were hauling on the next run. Getting emotional about this goddamn shit in front of the club wasn't a choice. No fucking way. I was about 5 seconds from feeding them a load about a bad hangover when Prez saved me. The door flew open and he entered. Dust nodded to us, kicking it shut behind him with his boot. All the anger in the room seemed to go away as he sat down, giving me a quick look. We got a lot of shit to run through today, so we're coming to order now, he said, picking up his gavel and swinging it down hard on wood. First order, I've finally talked some sense into that crazy old motherfucker out west. Blackjack and the Grizzlies are giving us some guns and some guys to kick the door down. Every man in the room collectively sucked